First blood.
ดูเกมมันไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดดูยากใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds. In the knockout stage, teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush Mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush Mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free Fire World Series Battle Royale Mode.
Garena.
Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. Best of 5, add Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad Mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of Week 2 in Battle Royale Knockout Stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In Round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born, they're built under pressure. In this format, any team can strike, any team can rise.
Garena.
มมันไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดดูย่าใช่ไหม
What is up, survivors? It's week 5, day 2 of the knockout stage for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Edition for the Battle Royale mode. It's Danny as well as the mustachio AJ. We're going to be your casters for today, and today is a very crucial day, survivors, because it is our last day for knockouts. Because following this day, next week is our last chance for our teams to qualify, and it's the last chance qualifier. Now, yes, there are a lot of slots to go around next week, but you kind of don't want to leave your chances to qualifying next week if you can help it. But AJ, how you doing? Should be some super exciting matches today.
Absolutely. I mean, we were obviously all looking at our underdogs, right? Because yeah, in phase 2, week after week, yes, we do kick off the action. And before we get deeper into the action, a little bit of extra zest that you see out of there on the players, especially from the side of Vietnam, it's because of the secret recipe right down there at the bottom. Our sponsors, and if you didn't know, Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented from Zinc B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories. And that's exactly what we saw one of our underdogs do. That was Onyx. They got introduced last week. They had a day of play yesterday, and then boom, fantastically have managed to qualify. In that same fashion, I'm expecting Expand to dance out there.
I think not just Expand, I know yesterday we also introduced Kagendra into the pool and they did remarkably well. So I think both of us, we've got our eyes on some of the newer teams, or not really new teams, but our latecomers into the competition. We do have our top 3 rankings, our predictions for today. And I mean, AJ, you're rocking the Expand flag, I'm rocking Kagendra, but we also have some old faces. I mean, EVOS, I think it's really hard for us not to put EVOS as our prediction. They were so close yesterday, but they fell short at the worst round possible.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good news or not, but I know it's horrible news for the teams that are vying for that final week where it's going to be easy. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that easy right now. But of course, this is what you're looking at in the knockout stage, and this is what we're currently going through. This is phase 2, where through 3 weeks, each and every single day of play, the top team gets to move on to the grand finals. And then the final chance, the last chance, is on week 6, where obviously the top 6 will join the 6 that have already moved on in the grand finals. And if we do happen to drop on a situation where we need to call forth on the tiebreaker, this are the breaks in the following order.
Yeah, so we're going to start with Booyahs, followed by eliminations, and then the final round is going to be all on survival ranks, which we're going to have to pay attention to what that final map is going to be today, because certain, as we said yesterday, certain teams are going to be hoping certain maps are going to be that very last map, assuming things go that far, because it is the 3rd win condition if we have tied the previous 2. And as always, we do have our extremely fun one unique active skill rule set in play as well. And AJ, I've been loving this because we have seen so much more diversity in competitive Free Fire this season.
Yeah, diversity as well as a lot of shock factor that this has brought into the competition, because now many of the teams out there, they're on equal playing ground, right? Because you don't have 4 monstrous players out there who can do the same thing, which is go out and get a few eliminations. Now you kind of need to play a role, and you really need to hard stick to your role. You need to be really careful with the kind of roles you play out there as well in terms of combination, and that's going to come in very handy, because all this is practice for the grand finals where we play the champion rush condition, and you guys by now know exactly how that works.
Oh yeah, if you didn't tune into EWC, we do recommend you go back and watch the finals. That was absolutely insane, but if you've seen it, then you guys know the gist. I think we're expecting something. I don't know if we're going to get the same level of hype, but I do expect the competition to be extremely fierce. Now, speaking of competition, these are our teams playing today, and if anyone is missing from that lineup, it's because they've already qualified. So you don't have to worry about them if they're not there. Let's focus on who is currently here. And we have RRQ, Heavy, Kage, and WAG for our first 4 teams highlighted here, followed up by Flash, EVOS, Esports, and Expand. And we're going to be coming into our last page in just a second. Just a heads up as well, folks, we are showing 5 players in the rosters, because throughout the play day, certain teams may want to substitute players in and out. So they do have options in case maybe someone's not feeling well, or maybe for a tactical advantage. And here's our last page, AJ, GOW, Todak, Bigatron, and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, out of all of the teams flashed thus far, the least concerning team out there for the rest of the competition is technically Expand, right? They haven't really been able to prove themselves in Clash Squad. They haven't really proven themselves in Battle Royale. They did have one solid good day in the knockout stage, but that's really nothing to flex, because can they do it when it matters most? Can they do it today? Because if you can pull it off today, there's a possibility you might be able to do it on our grand finals day as well, when the champion rush condition is in there. And if maybe not become champion, we know you are definitely going to be a huge threat, a huge noise maker in the grand finals that we can look forward to.
Now, And speaking of expand, I think I also brought up the same point for Kagendra yesterday. Expand coming into the knockouts so late. They have plenty of weeks of data to sort of refer back to see how all the other teams are currently playing, where are currently the hotspots, where are teams really vying for positions on certain maps. And I think the most important one as well is seeing how people manage with Solara, because for a lot of teams, they are still struggling to get their footing on that map. So any kind of advantage that you can pull out from those VODs, I hope Expand have capitalized on them as much as possible.
Yeah, and it also depends on who's their coach, who's their mentor, who they're actually going to listen to, because you can feed these players, you can feed these teams with a lot of information by having a decent analyst. But if the players don't listen to their coaches, it's going to be a whole other world of problems, which we have seen be an issue for some of the squads out there, right? And then we've seen the exact opposite when teams are in absolute sync with their coaches, with absolute sync with all of their analysts. The way they move out there on the battlefield, just so different, and their success can be replicated over and over again because of the homework that's been put in, not just because of the homework part, but because of the execution out there as well, right? I mean, at some point of time, these players need to grow in that direction as well, because clearly the teams that have chosen to do something like that have found a lot of success. Look at RRQ. I mean, all of that practice and, you know, some weeks of testing in the past seasons have brought them to what they, I mean, it may not show right now, they haven't qualified, but we know exactly what they're holding back there.
Yeah, I'm not sure, AJ. I mean, going back onto RRQ, yesterday the team just looked all over the place. It was very difficult to watch. How dare I? I'm speaking on... So, I might sound very harsh, but I do... There is a place I hold in my heart very near and dear for RRQ, because...
It's very small,
we have been... You don't get to dictate how much of my heart is dedicated to a team.
They got top 3. How much more do you need out of them?
We need to win, okay? That is the heart of a winner.
Okay.
Winning is everything. So, yeah, I'd love to see a little bit of light shining through from RRQ. It might be difficult today, I feel, because obviously one of their largest rivals, EVOS, is still currently in the competition. And something I'd love to bring up here actually is that certain teams, you know, they might be really great, but it's kind of funny seeing the regional interaction. I think we've seen it many times, by the way, where it's coming down to the final last 1 to 2 circles, and then you start to see those last skirmishes, and a lot of the teams from similar regions love to take the same spots, and you see these inter-regional clashes as they get deeper and deeper in. You always see Indonesia versus Indonesia, Thailand versus Thailand, and sometimes I feel like this sets the regions back. Not to say they shouldn't do this, okay, because you need to play to win, but it's just very interesting that sometimes you have these teams from the same regions going up against one another, and we know EVOS is strong, but if you're having your training partner in that last 1 to 2 circle and you have to deal with them, like, they have a really good chance of taking you out because they know you.
Okay, can we talk about... Can we talk about this as well?
The jumping jacks.
I mean, jumping jack 10 times, wearing the loser headband. I think we've dropped the ball on these punishments. The punishments used to be really fun. Now I'm just like, okay, all right, I'll wait for it. I am not satisfied with just headbands. And I want the production team to know this. I want more. Listen, next thing you know, Danny, they're getting us involved in this as well.
Well, I don't get it. How do we lose in this? We're not competing.
it's like that one time Yunsul put on the headband as well.
Yeah, okay, sure. But I will make one complaint about the headband, okay?
Yep.
I've seen some of the players do this. They use their hair and they'll cover the loser part on the headband.
Hey,
yeah,
you gotta
saw
play
that
smart.
yesterday.
You gotta play it smart. I mean, 10 points for IQ play there. And it's going to be map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is going to be Solara. And this is where usually we expect Buriram to dance and play. But they've qualified already. So we get to focus down on teams like WAG, Heavy, as well as Bigatron.
Yeah, so there was a lot of expectations yesterday on Bigatron to perform, but they fell a little bit short. So maybe today is going to be the redemption arc for them, because yeah, it was a very disappointing performance for Bigatron, especially when at one point, you know, they were crowned the kings of Solara. So kind of surprising to see them sort of fall short on one of their signature maps, but maybe they'll prove us wrong now. They say, oh, yesterday was just a minor mishap.
With a P90, this guy, from that sort of a distance, he's just a hopeful sprayer, you know? You don't even need to pray because you know you're not going to hit it like that. But Kyung's just being cheeky, thought he could get lucky. Who knows, the other guy hasn't picked up a helmet just yet. And sometimes, you just walk away with games like that. But of course, the P90, not going to be the most helpful in a situation like that. And speaking of which, I wanted to highlight Virtus Pro. They're the only Thai squad that has not qualified for the grand finals yet.
Yeah, they haven't qualified. To be fair, yesterday they didn't look that great either. I'm not sure if it was just a case of it not really being their day, but yeah, I think a lot of people were sort of surprised because VP did reasonably well during Clash Squad. They very, very strong teams in those engagements, but it just seems like they haven't really managed to find their footing in Battle Royale yet. Today's another opportunity, right? So still plenty of times to try and get it. Speaking of times to grab those elims, nice elim there from LBT, catching out Demon, who was just on his own, bit of a scouting mission, but crucial information there for GOW now.
Yeah, usually you expect a flying Demon, but that was a flying LBT and a crushed Demon. Fortunate for that guy, he was all alone, and well, LBT didn't even need his backup. The Trogon alone was able to secure that, but now Kagendra looking for a team that does fairly well on Solara Heavy with just one straggler, but it looks like they are going to be able to find a long-range connection here. Alan has paused his stride as well. AC-80 in hand, finds the tag, and it's teamwork, baby. Easy for Dead. Beautiful knockdown.
Yeah, that was quite easy to make Alan dead there. So well done there for Dead. Nice little point. Easy point as well. Just to point out as well, actually, for yesterday, Heavy was the first team to secure Abuya with a total score of 35, AJ. I don't think everyone's going to be expecting the same scoreline from Heavy, but I think definitely going to be a few extra eyeballs on this team in case they do perform like that again. Speaking of performing, can Ditz perform on Hong M? Can't quite get it. Sometimes every shot you don't take is every shot you miss.
Oh, beautifully connected there with Ditz. As the M590 in hand, and annoyingly, the players of Flash right on top, and
there we go.
Taking advantage at the right time there with the VSK. 18 Dia though, no defense for him, ripped down by the Riptide Rhythm, but Death just could not finish it off in time. Pulls out the VSK again, but pressure from the back. 18 Dia with the Mag 7 continues to bring on the thunder, and they knock yet another player down to the ground.
Oh, and that's going to be our first team eliminated, AJ. So Flash is out of the running for our first game. Very unfortunate, as they would have loved to have done better today, but so someone's got to go down first. Now, speaking of the next team to potentially go down, it could be Kage or GOW, as both teams are found here at Riders Club.
Let's see how they play this one out. Ice Grenade first, just to push them away from the door. Smartly done. But they've got the Coda popped as well, so they clearly see the movement coming along from the side of Kagendra. Easy for Ref with the Trogon. Looking for the wraparound, but Demon is just in that perfect spot. Has the FGL in hand, but CT7 from afar finds the end. That's the opener for Kagendra as they push on in. Looking for one, and it is the Oscars. Valiant dash through all of those glue walls. Demon with the comeback as well, but it's going to get quickly outnumbered by the rest of the Kagendra players as Raz now steps into the CQC.
Yeah, Raz joining in, although he did manage to spot out a player on the rooftop. Akoi trying to fly off. Oh, but he gets shot down. CT7.
Well
They're
done.
shooting ducks.
I mean, played very well by the boys, and of course, the opponents just could not pull in those revives quick enough, and WAG might just be the final nail on the coffin here for their friends from Vietnam, as the players have perfect vantage point to spot out this GOW player, but it looks like they are not going in for the hit at all. Nope, Dian has been spotted out. PLS1, the worst player to be spotted out by. Easy pull on that AC-80.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of bounties being placed on players' heads, and you can see the priority for some of the teams. At the moment, it hasn't really been a focus on one team. I do want to sort of point out at the beginning, AJ, Expand already sort of throwing those bounties at their brothers in arms, Todak, which I thought was very, very funny, as this is their first play day for the knockouts.
I mean, you could buy it on a very aggressive play, but Expand could have also bought it because they want to play chicken for a while. They want to use that to avoid any bit of competition very early on from the people that are in their compound so that they can loot up, because a early start Expand is never a good Expand. We've never been able to see them kind of expand their dominance into that final circle. Always heavy fire early where they go out for the hunt. Initially, we saw them hunting down Magna in the group stages, and then, well, it died away very quickly for a reason.
Well, that's what happens when you don't adapt, it seems. But we are getting quite congested around here, which is quite surprising. And the Evos right next to Bigatron Vitality. And keep in mind as well, folks, Bigatron, they do rather well on this map, but if they do get knocked out by Evos, it kind of opens the doors for someone else to take the crown here.
Yeah.
And WAG on the rooftop, Kage's on the ground floor. Okay, I mean, it's nice to work with all this high ground vantage point, but
yeah,
I don't think they're really in a great spot to try and fight into this. If anything, are they really thinking of committing here? Oh, that circle. Beautiful. All right, WAG and Kage, they can sort of sit here and wait now.
Yeah, that answered your question real quick. So the problem is it's a great vantage point. Many other teams may want it as well. So we could just see a couple of jump pads being set up to send a couple of extra pressure that WAG is not expecting in a situation like this. If that happens, I think Agendra can take advantage real quick. But Toda up against RRQ, and RRQ the one biting the dust at this point of time. And India could not get away as well on a good day. Even Toda finds its prey.
Yeah, Ma'al, last man standing, and versus 4, the odds are not looking too good here for Ma'al. And as great as he is, up against 4 players, I think that the task of him trying to knock all of them out would be rather impossible unless some pretty horrible mistakes were made. I mean, just hiding behind the lighthouse. All right, Ma'al, what's the play? All right, Faiz, he did throw one pot shot at him. And it looks like Ma'al losing half of his health there. Yeah, this is an inevitable death. And RRQ, 11th place, just off to a terrible start today.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but I am surprised as to who got the elimination on them very quick with the execution as well. Toda, right place, right time. Also, right follow-up with the initial pressure. They didn't back away. They didn't allow Ma'al to get away with that, pulling those revives again. So, great execution by the Malaysian squad. Now, can we see yet another Malaysian team perform well here with that high ground advantage? Expand. They see the movements of the players of GOW, but they are both chasing the circle. Expand's not really in the best of spots.
Yeah, I mean, Luki, he is on the high ground, but their team's kind of hesitating, deciding what they want to fight. They do reveal themselves, though. Unfortunately, not really going to do anything with that shot yet. So, Expand. I wonder how creative they're going to have to get to try and find a safe way into that next circle, because they're going to be expecting some company if they go in the same direction as GOW.
Yeah, I think they want some company. These boys are definitely hungry for points, and they've looted up decently well. They can take one good team fight, and that might just break out in a little bit. But we'll catch up with Kagendra and WAG, and it looks like the standoff is still on. Nobody's gone for their vantage point just yet. I think the circle is just a little bit too big, and you can see the anticipation by the players on the map already as to where this next circle is going to go. Does Toda get wildly lucky, or does doing your homework pay off here?
Oh no! Okay, so homework is clearly not done by some people, as a CT7 going to be chopped down. And WAG, I mean, they have that high vantage point still, but they're going to have to move. But Kagendra, they're waiting for them on the ground. I don't know how safely they'll be able to get down there. Akoi, though, unfortunately, is caught by Heavy. So it looks like Heavy's starting to bring that firepower in as they hit their way into that circle. And GOW, I don't know how they're going to cut through Heavy, especially with how bloodthirsty bloodthirsty this team was yesterday.
They do it through Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro looking for the wrap around into the next circle as well. They'll have to get through Vitality, but first scanned out by Heavy. All 4 of them got with their pants down. And Heavy Knows exactly
come
what
in.
to do, but the connection's just not there for Don't Cry.
And GOW absolutely abandoned ship as well. They say, all right, you two can fight this all together. Heavy, though, they still have their entire roster. So Virtus Pro, they've got to finish someone off. Otherwise, this will be a terrible fight for them. As both teams seem to have managed to find their footing in this fight. And Don't Cry is in position to start things for the team if they do decide to go for a full commitment. But Don't Cry, very, very low. And Diamond pushing forward for the team. Oh, but that beautiful snipe in the back. Exposy caught by Kabi.
He was looking for that monster nade. Alan just couldn't find it just yet. Now getting down and dirty with the Trogon. Finds the backs of 3 players. Gets his own glue wall. Smashed down and Nameless with the connection on the M590. Don't Cry. Try to save the squad. Finds one. And that's a crucial one, but gets knocked down and wrapped up by Warania. The final survivor on his feet there for the side of Virtus Pro. Saving the day. Able to pick up 2 of his brothers as well.
Very, very close, but we do have a certain victor. And now our next fight, we have Rama going down to Dian, who managed to finish him off from GOW. So a few teams, a few players sort of still congregating around Riders Club. None of them leaving yet as Dian caught by Please One. And easy for Dead actually finishing off and grabbing that elimination for themselves. Now, it looks like Expand stuck in the same compound here as Kage. And look at that, Kage rushing in and too fast, already on the ground, way too fast. And Vault, next one to follow. Kagendra, up to 6 eliminations.
The possibility of that Valiant dash to just dismantle your confidence in an instant as it shocks you, it stuns you. It got Expand at that point of time. Kagendra walking away. And we all saw how good they were at Clash Squad, so that was no surprise at all in that 2v2 fight. Now, PE Sports getting this next circle. They don't have to move, and everybody else is going to come rushing at them. It's all about the timing here. We've got 20 seconds before the next circle moves.
20 seconds, and how quickly can these teams get in at WAG? Oh, all right, they're going to send Bambo first. Just making sure in case anything goes sideways, they still have the time turner. So really nice entry point there for WAG. They've got a boulder to hide behind. They've just got to worry about their 6 o'clock now and make sure that they don't get sniped in the backside. As we now switch on over to EVOS, who have found a little hidey hole for themselves, but they do have to be a little cautious of some of the other Indonesian teams. I believe Bigatron was one of their neighbors, and Demon from GOW. Someone's trying to tap his head. They can't quite get the angle yet, but Todak, though, actually catching out a couple of EVOS players on the other side of the map, it seems.
Ref managed to go in for the long wraparound, but PLS1 fighting the final player on the side of GOW, taking them out in the 8th spot. EVOS gonna have some rotation problems here. They haven't gotten into the next safe zone, and the blue is hot behind them. They're trying to put on pressure onto the Bigatron players, but it is Stoda that takes advantage from inside the circle.
And looks like, oh, nice little consolation there. Coach Shield finishing off Raf as he was dropped to the ground. EVOS, though, still running in with 3 men. Koja from Bigatron, though, is down on the ground as they have fallen into a bit of a skirmish here against Todak. And so far, Todak looking really strong today, AJ. Up to 9 eliminations in our first match.
I mean, monstrous play by Toda. What has gotten into these boys? Now, you gotta wish you saw that every single day from the Malaysian squads. But my, oh my, on a performance indeed. 6th spot, Kagendra, they booked their ticket out of here. WAG up against PE Sports. Deep in this map, we've got a all-out Vietnamese battle and the 1v1 trade. Nolan dropping T Kui and him doing the exact opposite, but in 3v4 as PE Sports picks up all of those players. Van Vo turns his back at the wrong time, but saved by his brother's glue wall. But now cannot be saved anymore. Distracted by Diamond. PE Sports still has their wits about them.
I mean, they take out WAG, but on the sidelines, EVOS threw in a glue wall melter and blew the entire team wide open. So EVOS are now looking to finish off Todak here, but you can see on the other side as well, we do have PE looking to stick their nose into someone else's business, and Todak are still surviving. They've got a player on the ground. Coach Hill bleeds out. It's just Rasia left here for EVOS, and actually Diamond, the last player VP, also still standing. So we do have a couple of sole survivors left, but look at how claustrophobic the circle is. We have numerous teams staying by. Rasia trying to go to the other side, super low. He goes down to Vindles.
I mean, amazing play here from Toda so far. 11 eliminations, unbelievable performance. And now down at the bottom, Esports hanging on for their dear lives. Jonah has got the deadly weapon, the M79 in hand, but they cannot smash through the time turner as well. Pulled out very smartly here from the Toda players as they now finally circle on in. How many time turners do they even hold? Esports could not hang on against the Malaysians this time round.
Oh my gosh, what a round by Todak. All they need to do is to finish off Diamond here. They've got to be careful. Noki's on the ground. Diamond's still juking. His health is slowly waning, but does he have the firepower? Not quite enough. What a round for Todak, AJ.
Wow.
You know, I mean, you were going in the right direction, you know, by cheering for a Malaysian squad field.
Yeah, they got pissed off.
You picked the wrong one.
Yeah, they got pissed off. They're like, how? Wait a minute. You chose the Malaysian team, but you chose Expand? What the? Looks like I gotta do this more often.
Gotta light a fire behind them.
Yeah, but great plays though. I mean, really solid stuff out of Fies, especially 7 eliminations strong. Man was rocking this AWM like he owned it. And a very, very rare Malaysian booyah, and not a small one.
And also, I feel like a very rare performance from Todak. As in, generally speaking, this team, they have their moments where they love to get a little aggro. You know, they like to force a couple of skirmishes. But I feel like in this round in particular, they were forcing skirmishes back to back to back to back. They make a rotation. There's a team there. They go right into a fight. They don't wait. And I just felt like every single time it paid off for them, because a lot of teams really weren't anticipating any of those fights to begin with. So Todak, just this outrageous confidence that they have for game number 1. Keep this up, please, okay? Because we would love for you guys to get that spot today. It's just game 1, okay? Please don't tell me that was all that you had, please.
I mean, I just want to know if or not they got the information early on that they just wiped out RRQ, that they just wiped the floor with RRQ. If that information was somehow fed to the Toda players, I totally understand the performance, because it was a breakout run here. I would love to see some consistency out of Malaysia. I would love to see a lot of consistency out of Toda. But that was one match where I really feel they got the info that, guys, you just wiped out RRQ. Keep going. You know, someone, could have shouted in the studio, and they just went berserk because they wrapped up really well as well. I mean, we kind of saw some standoffs, some skirmishes between teams that weren't going anywhere, but Toda fought through this lobby.
Look, I want them to fight through more lobbies. You know, this is a ray of hope for the region, because for a lot of esports, all it takes for a region to suddenly become competitive is to have that one standout team, that one standout player that becomes that beacon of light, and everyone starts chasing after that beacon. And if Todak can be that team, I think Malaysia has the potential to be on the same wavelength as, just like Indonesia. I think Vietnam is a great example of this. For the longest time, it was Thailand and Indonesia that was rocking the top teams, and Vietnam slowly made their way through. They have multiple players. Eventually, they have multiple teams that sort of became those beacons, and the region just got better together, right?
Yeah,
regionally, they collectively got better, and look at where Vietnam is now.
Yeah, I think the throne has been sitting quite empty for a while. I mean, yeah, we kind of do have some competitions in Malaysia to show you which is your #1 ranked team, but we haven't really had someone carry the flag consistently yet. Expand was doing it for a while. Maybe now is a time for Toda. But let's see what else they can bring in the next few games. But for now, what they brought to the table: 7 eliminations through Fies, 2,537 on the damage, rocking a full sniper setup here with the active and passives.
Yeah, Fies, this man, I think we learnt a lot through Clash Squad. I know Husky and I brought a lot of Clash Squad up yesterday, but I think the really cool thing about the game mode is we also learned a lot more about the teams individually and who the teams like to lean on, who does a lot of the heavy lifting, who does a lot of the support work. And Fies, he is an absolute superstar on the team. I kind of feel like Todak, without Fies, it doesn't feel like Todak to begin with. So for him to get MVP this round, absolutely deserved. I hope Todak realize how lucky they are to have someone like him on the roster who can achieve so much on his own.
Yeah, totally right. And let's look at the overall number of eliminations here as well. A total of 14 for this Malaysian squad. A rare situation indeed. And these were no small teams that they took down on the way up as well. They knocked out RRQ, who were fairly ready for a 4v4 battle. Nobody expected to see what they saw there, and I think, the moment they put RRQ on the back foot and they just figured, look, we are well equipped to take this fight all the way, these guys just went berserk. Let's take a look and see if we can find anything else in the artillery here that kind of gives them that confidence to go all out. You see Noki and Traps, they are both running that fort. They both have Joseph. You've got Nairi as well, and you've got the Thiva on the side of Traps in case anything goes wrong. A very quick pickup coming on through. Chrono to help him out as well on those pickups. Toda was just ready to fight in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely fought. We saw so many Todak fights. But here are the standings for our game number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. So Todak securing our first booyah of the day, and they're going to be kickstarting the day with 26 points, putting them 10 points over our second place team, which is PE Esports, who managed to pick up 16. Following PE, we have Virtus Pro with 15, 12 for Kage, 12 for WAG, 11 for EVOS, and then we do have single-digit points for the remaining teams. So not too top-heavy, which is good news for our remaining competitors because there's definitely room for teams to catch up in games 2 and 3. It's not a case like yesterday where you had Heavy with an enormous lead over the competition and teams had to fight really hard in game 2 to sort of close that gap. So for Todak, the dream of them qualifying today, I think just with this booyah alone, it is making it more realistic, but also through a realistic point of view, I think they still have a lot of work to do, right? They still have a lot of teams that they have to chew through, and they have to somehow survive a few maps which we know that they're not going to be feeling too confident playing on.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is what the competition offers as of this point of time. You just need one damn good day. You just need one day where Lady Luck is just smiling at your whole squad and saying everything's gonna be all right. And if Toda could just have this as their day, it would be a really good souvenir to carry into the grand finals later on. Obviously, they qualify if they do really, really well and they get that number 1 spot. But can they do the same thing again at the grand finals? Lightning doesn't... Well, it's not like it won't at all, but it rarely hits the same spot twice, right? So maybe if they want to pull in some sort of a manifestation, they should do it for the grand finals.
Yeah, I kind of hope if we do see the player cams to Todak, we start seeing them sort of meditating together, start manifesting that next win going into game number 2. But we'll have to see, I kind of wonder, just for Todak, great, you've won that first game, but now I wonder, what are they currently talking about going into game 2? Because the obvious thing you kind of say is all right, guys, we've got to do that again. How? How can you pull that off again? Because every game is different. You may not get as lucky as you did in that previous round. I mean, if Todak are able to pull it into game 2 and 3, a similar performance, I think my hopes in this team will definitely rise with them. But I do have my reservations because we also have a lot of very capable teams in this lobby that can also cut them down after that first game.
Yeah, you're thinking of Toda trying to figure out how can they keep this up, and you've got Expand on the other end trying to figure out, wait a minute, how did you do that? I want to do it too. So, yeah, I mean, if they can, we can, right? I'm sure, of course.
I want to have what he's having.
And the other teams are kind of trying to figure that out as well. It hasn't been hard now that it's just so difficult to read where that final circle is going to be. Of course, you can put in a little bit of homework, but you never know what the algorithm is going to be like. And now luck is just a factor that's so much more needed. And going back to the fact where today, and just like what it has been for the past 3 weeks of fighting the qualifier into the grand finals, every day is a brand new day. So if you've got the right kind of map sequences, you can build up this confidence really, really well, and you can keep it up all the way to the end. Or, the pressure could just make you buckle. Either way, we will get to find out as to how well Toda plays this next map, because based on what I know, it's not too shabby, but they do not have a Booyah yet.
Yeah, but they do have a booyah on Solara, which I think is already impressive as it is, right? The newest map, a lot of teams struggle on there, so step number 1. Let's focus on some of our Indonesian teams. Here we have a head-to-head between 18 Deer and Russia, RRQ versus EVOS. And the numbers, it's pretty interesting to see the difference in numbers because for 18 Deer, you can the eliminations very, very close, right? Yeah. Like fundamentally, the two players do the same thing, but for 18 Deer, he provides a lot more utility to the team compared to Russia, which it's classic Russia. That guy just clicks heads. Yeah, that's his job. That is his only job.
No, his job is. If it wasn't for Russia reviving the players of EVOS again and again and again and again and again in all those matches at EWC, EVOS would not be the EWC champions as of this point of time. This guy is crazy. I'm surprised to see 18 Deer has got more revives than Russia. I think the EVOS players aren't dying enough.
Or maybe it could be the other end of the spectrum. It could be RRQ maybe dying a little too much because we also have to remember, right? RRQ hasn't necessarily had the best, games.
That's a damn good point.
Yeah, so we'll see if that turns around at some point, which I think we're all kind of hoping RRQ kind of, wakes up. But game number 1 so far, it's not looking too good, but maybe game 2 onwards, who knows? Maybe the Red Bull needs a couple games to sort of kick in. I know mine's already kicked in, so we're all Gucci over here. But on to Purgatory, folks, and at the moment, we've got Flash and Bigatron going in for a little bit of a hot drop, although it looks like Flash are looking to abandon ship as well. They say, nah, we don't want this.
Well, let's see exactly what Bigatron wants here. And Forge and Team Flash wants nothing of it. We need to loot up first, they say to each other, as they quickly try to split away from the Bigatron players. And it seems like the same thought echoes here as well. Everybody just focusing on the initial loot, which is a good way to take this.
I know yesterday we actually saw a lot of teams really focus on looting rather than shooting, which you might think is a bit odd for a battle royale, but what you have on you can really determine whether you come out of these fights a certain winner or potentially just getting knocked out. So I do like it sometimes to have some of these slower games because then all of a sudden these skirmishes become a lot more tactical, a lot more calculative because you need to be very wary of what your opponents have. And well, we got our first blood there.
Indeed, and now it looks like Bigatron up against Flash is going to be something that could just happen here. Of course, some points on the ground, distracting them a tad bit, still finding the angles to work against Team Flash. Kyong doesn't have a lot of those glue walls, so needs to be really careful with this approach. And neither does Diggs, but they are desperate for these points.
Yeah, I guess what they're kind of hoping will happen here is they snowball with these eliminations. But I kind of feel like Flash are bringing them on a very long trip.
No, they're just buying time. Look at right behind them. Ezreal is going in for that long wraparound. So yes, very few utilities left here on the voice down at the bottom for Bigatron. But they're trying to flank around from the back to have an extra bit of advantage, maybe 2 extra points. So smartly played to catch up with that action in a bit as Virtus Pro tries to distract themselves. A little bit of action here, but they found the wrong distraction. Noki, beautiful knockdown, finding Diamond, the most lethal player in that CQC. And Virtus Pro getting knocked one after the other. Surprisingly, Toda still has the fire.
Toda? What is going on? Oh my gosh, I mean, they do buy back Diamond and Nameless. We'll have to check him out a little bit later on. But Deeks, not so lucky himself.
What?
And Kyong, he's been backstabbed as well. And Bigatron.
What?
Are they about to lose everything here and now?
How in the world do you pull off a long flank like that and still drop the ball, Ezreal?
AJ, you said Bigatron.
GG, brothers.
You said Bigatron were the ones pulling the largest flank in the world. I think Flash did it because they brought their whole team in.
I mean, how unfortunate.
Around the world in 90 days, right there.
They went around and they just didn't find anything. Got back right where they started. Instead of turning their lives 180 degrees and walking the other way, they turned 360 and continued walking the same way.
I mean, at least they look cool doing it, I guess.
Just for the gram.
Just for the memes. All good. All right, Virtus Pro. Man, Virtus Pro are really knee deep in here with Todak, which in any previous weeks, I would have just assumed that VP would be able to clean them up. But Todak, I feel like Todak's a trap today. Trap's going to try and play with Diamond here. Actually, whiffs the shot. Time turning gets easy, just still drops. Diamond still drops to Traps. What in the world? What is this team on? I want some too.
Yeah, I mean, I am just shocked. What is happening to Tora? They are a whole new squad, and twice in a row now, they have taken out one of the most lethal players out of the side of Virtus Pro. Diamond himself, and of course, granted, he just got revived, had only the P90. He got crushed instantaneously as he took the drop right back in.
Oh
Nero
no,
now
Bigatron.
tagged up and couldn't deal with much. Kyong thought he had outsmarted him by jumping out, but the FGL still finds you.
Yeah, not a great time to be a Bigatron fan here, as after their fight with Flash, the team's scrambling to try to bring the entire team back. But I mean, they've run into PE, they still have Flash going after them, and Zom's just saying, okay, I got this, guys, we're gonna take him out GTA style, tries to run him over with the car. But Dick should go down any moment here. Time Turner just buying him a little bit of extra time. Any time now, and here we go. Zom manages to clip Dix, and that's going to be it. Another point for Flash. 5 points, 5 minutes into the game. So very good scoreline here for Flash. A point a minute.
Oh, Wang M just sneaking one away there. Beautifully done overall from Flash. 5 eliminations early on. And they try to wrap into the circle fairly late here. Nothing much for them to worry about as of this point of time. Just prioritizing the loot. They've got enough medkits to top their healths right back up. But it's just the entry late into the circle that worries me a little bit. But if they can fight their way out of that, I guess that's a risk worth taking, Danny.
I know EVOS wants to go into that circle a little bit late. So the successful matches that we saw from EVOS yesterday, it was from games where they played more or less like this. No aggression in the early game, just focus on that loot and really just try to get themselves as geared up as possible before they start shooting at other teams. So as long as nobody sort of comes in and disturbs them whilst they're looting, we could be in for a very competitive game for EVOS this round. Speaking of competitive, at the moment, all eyes on Todak, because this team, you know, game number 1, they've surprised, but even game number 2, they're still pulling out some surprises with some of the teams that they've been able to beat.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what Todak can do overall, because they are on a flashy little performance as of this point of time. Solara technically is their best map. Purgatory is their worst map. So if they can find somehow a opportunity to sneak into that final circle, turn their fate around at Purgatory, we could actually see the Malaysian team finding the qualifier today. But of course, I think it's still a tad bit too early to speak of. It's just game number 2 here, and Todak still has Virtus Pro to come across.
Oh, I think we just see a couple of Expand players flying into WAG, but we're going to look at RRQ here. We may see a couple names on the kill feed in just a second. But at the moment, a bounty set on Nero from PE. So RRQ, I kind of wonder what the plan is for RRQ this round, because they didn't have a great round number 1, but even then they don't really have so many great games. WAG finally running into Expand, and Rama from Expand first one to go down, followed by Too Fast.
My God.
And a bit of a bloodbath here with Expand players just absolutely cleaned up by WAG. Yeah, I think you kind of regret launching your team there.
I mean, so that was it's like shooting fish in a barrel. The next ball, just dangerous with the M79, just popped everyone and himself. He was the only player that got knocked down, but he was the one that knocked himself down. So WAG dealing with Expand fairly easily there in that encounter.
Yeah, it's smooth as butter. Speaking of smooth as butter, we've got RRQ and Kagendra right next to each other, and they're both fully aware of the other team's presence. So trying to figure out what to do next, if they want to leave that compound and maybe try and go for a fight. Speaking of fights though, I don't know how, I don't know why, but Todak just continues to find Virtus Pro. And they're actually going to play safe this time. Okay. I thought they would maybe try their luck, but I think they're also realizing that if they push a little bit too hard, that everything that they've built, their sandcastle, might just sort of come crumbling down. So I do like this little safe play here for Todak. Just focus a little bit more on the loots whilst the circle doesn't hurt.
I mean, I think it's a fairly decent rotation for the Malaysian squad. Understanding that they can tank the blue as of this point of time, giving them a safe pathway. But of course, luck will have to play its own role a little bit later on. Hopefully they don't find anyone on their way in. Nades back and forth, but mostly glue wall melters, so nothing to worry about in terms of the damage. And that Steffi being pulled is going to be a opportune timing here, but neither one's pulling it out. And PE Esports, Nolan just running through all of them and just bumping them down with the Trogon. Finally gets knocked down. Jonah has the ACD in hand. Can't go in for the save. Gets himself knocked down, but it's not them. It's RRQ joining in.
RRQ's joining in as well, but so far for Bigatron, I think they're very appreciative of the extra hand that they had. And now for PE, they're going to try and eject themselves out of this fight. But LBT, can he get out unscathed? Is he going to get shot down? He's going to get shot like a duck into the lake and river as well. And that's going to be LBT out. But at least his team, they still have one man standing. They can try and go for the revives. Now Bigatron may have revealed themselves to a few other teams. RRQ is nearby, but also EVOS are on the other side of that riverbank. And they might be the next team to potentially clash with this Indonesian squad.
Bigatron just used their binoculars and scanned out all 4 players on the side of RRQ, so they know there's heavy firepower waiting for them if they take a straightforward rotation into this circle. But now he has to deal with EVOS, who are fighting for their position. Bigatron wanting to back away from this fight. Riptide Rhythm does not go white, finds a couple of glue walls on the connection. Bigatron low enough, and WAG finding the finishing touches on the other end.
Oh, Courage are getting caught by Coach Shield. Deke's going to try and get himself out of there. Bullets, oh, they land at just the right time. And that's Bigatron out of the game. Deleted by EVOS. Very unfortunate. And now it looks like EVOS, their next battle is going to be up against Flash with Death. Going to be achieving imminent death unless these bullets don't connect, and that seems to be the case. So he's still bleeding on the ground, but you know, Aim God, this man's looking for blood. He's ready to find his next target. These blue walls, though, being a bit of a problem. And now Hong looking to front this for the team. And EVOS, I think that, are they trying to save resources? They're playing very iffy. I'm thinking of Death. They found him and isolate his teams all alone. They even dash onto him as well. They catch out Death again. Flash. Death can't catch a grip, but Ray ends up being dropped by the Zom this time, and all of a sudden it's going to be one down. GOW launching themselves towards the fight as well. We could be seeing a third party any second now. Coach Shield, his lands are not landing, but he's going to be the next one to go down. Aim God and Rasia, last 2 players left. Aim God down, but Hongam also gets caught. Shin going down to Rasia, and now it's a 1v1. AJ Hongam is going to go for the pickup onto Zom. Coachio and Aim God are still there, but I think Coachio might be picked up in just the right second. He will be caught though. Zom catching Coachio, and Rasia just gonna have to go into survival mode, but does it matter? It doesn't. Zom cutting down EVOS's hopes and dreams.
My God, what a clash, and EVOS just couldn't step away from the ruthlessness of Team Flash in that engagement. 2 players still standing, good enough, but now how do they get into this next zone? Esports looking for it as well, as they do manage to scan out a couple of players on their right-hand side. Taking a straightforward approach is going to be fairly difficult as well, and Team Flash of all times is flying right in front of them. Esports stands close to no chance of making it past them.
Man, sometimes the best approach is the most dramatic one here, and with Flash just being out in the open, this might just be a big surprise for some of these teams. Todak, though, looks like they've lost Bindles thanks to Exposy with a beautiful snipe there. And Todak, they do manage to get Bindles back up, so they still have their 4-man roster. But VP, if they knew who they were going up against, I think they would be absolutely motivated to remove this team from the game. And Todak still staying grouped up as well. VP as well, trying to save their glue walls. VP charging in with Nameless, but Nameless, can he find a connection onto anybody so far? They do find Noki, first one to go down, and Bindles as well. Fies, they've done it. They've broken through the team. That almost cut them down. Todak are out.
Oh, I mean, they tried the fighting route this time around, but they just came across some bigger fighters in Virtus Pro. Once again, the only Thai squad who has not qualified early for the grand finals. May just be looking for exactly that by the end of the day. If I had a top 4, I would have squeezed them in Virtus Pro. They are in the perfect knocking spot now to tease WAG and together with Kagendra take them out of the race.
Yeah. Now look at how small this circle is. So many teams in such a small area of golf course. I think the question we have now is what is going to happen next? So many teams occupying that top section and the circle is going to shift more towards GOW. So all of a sudden, such little real estate and so many teams. It's going to get really competitive at the auction house today, AJ.
Oh my lord. Nameless will be able to find a head X4. Very quick pickup coming on through from the side of WAG. Still looking for whatever they can rip away. Just managed to find one decent connection. Virtus Pro picking each other right back up. But this monster truck is not the perfect defense, and Virtus Pro just finding that out the hard way here. The blue has now left them high and dry with everybody taking their shots at them.
Oh man, WAG so focused in on getting rid of VP. Maybe Kagendra or Flash could be the ones to sort of flush them out here. And the blue is coming in and WAG have to move themselves. They need to use their glue walls. And we do have Kagendra in that next building. But they might have to leave in a moment if WAG can somehow push their way through. VP will be taken out and RRQ nabbing themselves a bunch of eliminations on the other side as well. Now Kagendra sandwiched in between two teams. It's time to move. That circle is moving hard and fast. And Vanvo next one to drop there for WAG. Down to their last 2 players. It's Tikue and Please One.
Yeah, X-Ball once again making that mistake, but what a play by Tikue! Just managed to get the trip mine on the knock with another one on the M590, but unfortunate for them, just too much of pressure. And they do get eliminated by Kagendra and RRQ taking advantage from the back as well. Deanne with a long-range gauntlet onto Ekal, and RRQ down by one man.
No.
GOW not allowing them time to recover.
Okay, Duts, he needs to frontline for Ma'al, otherwise that's going to be it.
Wow.
But Duts, just one shot was all it was going to take for him to go down, and there was only so much Ma'al could do. With his frontliner down, and GOW securing our second booyah of the day. And I have to say for GOW, they did get a tad lucky with that circle in golf course, because before that circle started moving in, almost everybody was fighting tooth and nail towards the top side of the circle. And GOW, they had a pretty easy entry from the bottom. They didn't have to really deal with anyone that contested with them pushing into that final circle. So GOW, you gotta play it patiently, and sometimes you need to be very, very slow, very methodical with your approaches. And I think the wolf logo really makes sense with the team this round.
Yeah, the theme of luck will continue. But of course, some of this luck out there manufactured by these teams. GOW just manufacturing their fantastic luck at that final circle showdown with great positioning out there. And overall, they will be able to climb the leaderboard quite a little bit. Not able to catch up with Toda just yet. They did get fairly deep into the circle earlier. Not as far as we would have loved them to go. The consistency just doesn't carry on into game number 2.
Yeah, as much as I think everyone would have loved that storyline to continue, there's a mix of luck but also skill involved. And I think in this particular moment, for Todak, they were very close. They just needed to win that fight against Virtus Pro. And then I think the dream may have come alive there. But sometimes, you run into the wrong team in the wrong places. Well, mind you, they were in front of a road. There was no natural cover. It was all down to glue walls. And we saw a bunch of melters being deployed. And I think also some of Steffi's abilities too. So throwables was just a non-factor in that battle too.
Yep.
So very unfortunate, but it's only game 2. We've got plenty of time, and because of the points they got in round 1, they still are in the running to be able to take that first place back. Just a quick check for our next round, and AJ, we do have a couple of substitutions. So for WAG for game number 3, they are going to be bringing Cyrus in, and Vanvo is going to be substituted out. And then for Heavy, we are going to be bringing Boy in and Kavi out.
Well, those changes, obviously, it seems like Vietnam wants to make a great big push for the top. And at this point of time, one team's already doing that really well, right? One that we did not predict, GOW. And it was a great catch-up game after a fair performance in the previous match at Solara, now they just kind of try to jump over the other teams for quite a little bit. It's just been 2 matches, and PE Esports this time, just like Toda, couldn't really get very far in.
Yeah, PE hasn't really looked good, I guess, yesterday either. It sort of just feels like the team has their own issues that they're sort of trying to deal with. I don't necessarily think it's a problem with the lobby. I think the team has just not really found their mojo for the current way that they're sort of playing. So, I mean, there's still a chance for PE to definitely tighten things up, to tighten up the ship. But time is running out, right? We've got 4 games to go for today, and if they don't make it today, we're gonna have to leave it to next week for the last chance qualifier. But I'm always gonna say this: if you leave it to the last chance qualifier, it might be too late, because all it takes is for one bad day to probably grant your worst wish, which is not making it.
And Akoy just walking in with one of the rarer picks on the active skills for the current meta, walking in with the Homer this time. Also has the Suzy, and just for the extra bit of capability with the extra damage on the distance, since he wants to use the AC-80 sometimes as well, walks in with the Imaro. But overall, I think GOW was opportunistic, and they just put themselves in the best spot out there on this Purgatory map, circle after circle, and that gifted them the most, right? And when you're in a really good place, you don't necessarily need a lot of the eliminations, which clearly wasn't the focus of GOW this time.
Yeah. AJ, question. Do you think GOW have a chance in being able to lock in first place? I know it's a very tough question.
Of course.
Very, very tough question. But is it possible? Like, have we seen this team pull off miracle days recently?
Recently, no. But do they have what it takes? Yes. I mean, we all know how Demon plays. We have Hans on that squad as well. I mean, this is a veteran team out of Vietnam. They just need one really, really good day. Just like Flash, you know? And
Yeah.
I mean, just like Virtus Pro, even Virtus Pro can qualify. They just need to bring in the consistency. They are in shooting range alongside GOW now to catch up with Toda, since they didn't get as far in this match, just 7 points. But at the end of the day, that can be literally said for each and every single one of the teams here in the Southeast Asian lobby.
Yeah, and I know our viewers out there are keen to see what the update is for the overall standings, and Todak still in number 1 for now. I think the team is sort of breathing a sigh of relief. They survived long enough in that second game to still stay in first, but now this is when they have to start pulling up those weights and actually doing the lifts themselves, because they are only barely in front of GOW, who's sitting on 27 points. Virtus Pro very close as well, followed by WAG. So lots of competition that can absolutely take over Todak's position. Todak just needs to work really hard for the next 4 games, and the upcoming map is going to be Nextera.
And in Nextera, this is where we can potentially see Toda shine. It's one of the maps where they perform decently well. So getting deep into the final circle is definitely going to be a possibility here for them to hold on to that number 1 spot. This is the kind of gift that you get from the randomized order of the maps to be played throughout the whole day. Since we've got fully functional 6 maps out there for competitive, you don't have a random map that's played twice. But not knowing the sequence of your own momentum build-up, because you could go from bad, good, or really good to really bad, and bouncing up and down usually kind of keeps you staying on one of the 2 extremes. Fingers crossed for Toda, they go back to what they felt at Solara.
Yeah, going back onto the good, bad kind of thing, I think Heavy is sort of experiencing this today. Not map. This is just a full day issue, because they looked amazing yesterday. Heavy looked absolutely stunning, looked like they could be one of the top contenders, and then today, after 2 maps, they've only picked up 3 points, and it makes you wonder what happened in the past 24 hours, because that is a sudden drop in performance, and this is something that you always have to fear with every single play day. Like, just because you have a really good day, it doesn't mean that translates to day 2, unless you are one of the best teams in the region, as in the 0.000001, and only a few teams can consider themselves consistent enough to reliably have good days back to back?
Right now, there is no 0.000001. It's been like that. Competition after competition, we just don't see champions coming back in and consistently doing it back to back to back to back, because the state of the game is just such where you do have to play your cards right at every single given moment. The game's really balanced. You can't really, harp on a broken character out there or a broken gun. If passive skills have been balanced, the active skills have been balanced, the guns out there have been balanced. For the first time in a long time, we see so many guns being used in a lobby. We see so many of these active and passive skills being used out there in various combinations as well. So it's really a toss in terms of what you bring out there to the battlefield and what your opponent chooses to bring out, where these, who's going to get that high tier loot as you hit the ground. And now on top of all of that, the circle, the circle read has gotten so much more difficult. So things like that are just keeping each and every single day so exciting, each and every single tournament so exciting, because you just don't know which one of these teams are going to get it done this time around. Who's going to be on that fantastic, phenomenal spree all the way down to the final game of the day. That's what the state of the tournament right now can offer us.
Well, jumping into Nextera, I hope we're in for a very exciting game. I hope we don't see same old, because it would be very exciting to see a brand new team pick up a Booyah today. Because I know yesterday we had a couple of repeats. So we've had Todak, we've had GOW, teams that I don't think anybody would have predicted to grab Booyahs on these two maps. I kind of wonder who's next. Is it going to be one of our favorites, or are we going to continue with this underdog story today and have another team that doesn't typically pick up Booyahs grab this next one for Nextera? Speaking of Nextera stats, actually, AJ, who are our top competitors on this map?
Nextera has become the Indonesian map. It's now being dominated by RRQ, EVOS, as well as Bigatron. RRQ has got 3 Booyahs here. EVOS and Bigatron have got 1 each. And these 3 teams hold the most number of teams accumulated on Nextera so far. Let's take a look at the top performance of the top team of Nextera, RRQ themselves. Usually led by Dudes, at least in this particular season. Those grenades have been raking in the damage and eliminations.
Yeah, and look at the numbers Dudes is raking in for the team too. It just... He's played such a crazy role setting up for his team, whether it be for Ma'al or Ikal, because we have seen substitutions for RRQ. I know yesterday they actually brought Ikal in and Ma'al out. So yeah, Dudes has played a very important role for the team, just sort of creating those openings so that 18 Deer up, the rest of the team could follow through. It's just... I kind of wish it wasn't all on Dudes sometimes, because I feel that in some of these fights, as if Dudes is one of the first players to go down, or he goes down before he can really achieve anything, RRQ tends to suffer really, really badly. So if they can change maybe their angle of approach, maybe they change how they go into these fights, then maybe we could see a return here for RRQ, because as it stands, from 2 games today, they're currently placed in 7th with 20 points. They are 13 points away from basically making it to first place, which they're not out of the competition 100%. They can make a comeback happen, but it needs to start now, because my hopes for this team were dashed since yesterday's games, and I'm not looking too hopeful just off of the first 2 games, but maybe something changes, maybe something clicks. Sometimes someone has to find the light switch. The room is dark. Hopefully someone finds the switch and the team just starts moving upwards, I suppose.
Or maybe they just want to find a Red Bull for themselves. If you guys didn't know already, Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc, B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused to seize each and every single opportunity out there to achieve stylish Booyah victories. That's exactly what RRQ needs. It's a map where they get it done as always. So the most consistent team here and the most decorated team on Nextera is them. That extra little bit that you're talking about could just be that Red Bull kick that they're looking for, right, in this next match. And we'll get to see that in a little bit. The flight path is one that they do need to be worried about, because it has been awfully kind for a long, long time. I think it's time for the flight path to shake things up a little bit.
Alright, so what would be the least ideal flight path for RRQ?
If it's skewed towards the top, which is not the case at all, we're going
Alright.
right down through the middle, Decker Square, in towards Twin Bridge. RRQ can get to wherever they want. And there was one point of time where we saw them play Mudside, rotating in towards Rustown, totally catching off one of the Vietnamese squads. But this time, PE Esports is going to drop really, really close to them, making things very awkward for RRQ at the very start.
Yeah, and the team's gone for a bit of a 2-2 split too, so there is a chance they could get punished, and we'll see if RRQ can maybe punish PE as they hit the ground a little bit sooner. 18 Deer looking to try and finish off there, but no! Nolan a little bit quicker there as 18 Deer hits the floor first. We still have Ekal here who might be able to follow through, but with the glue wall there, that's going to just buy time, and yeah, RRQ already losing 2 of their players right off the bat, but Ma'al, he's ready to save the day. He's going to bring one back, and now he's just Ekal is now waiting for his turn to come back into the game.
I mean, Ma'al was just on standby. He's like, bro, can you expire already? I need to buy you back, man. So I had to take a single extra second there. Didn't have enough money for a double revive. But RRQ obviously right back in it, bringing 2 of their down players back into the rush. WAG is gathering up together at Farmtopia. And as you mentioned earlier, substitutions for Heavy. As we have Bui being brought in for Kabi. RRQ dropping the ball big time!
Oh no, 2 players down again for RRQ. I'm so afraid for this team because they suffered in several games where they would just constantly be on this same buyback cycle of buying players in, losing 2 players, buying players in, losing 2 players, and it would just be a cycle that would happen constantly. Hopefully they can stabilize, but speaking of stabilization, Kion's not looking too stable there himself as Bigatron have run into EVOS, and that's going to be 1 free elimination there for EVOS. Todak in the meantime though are about to run into their brothers in arms. They're going into Expand, and I think a lot of people are going to be leaning towards Todak in this matchup, but you know, there is a chance at Expand they might be able to outplay their own brothers.
Yeah, let's take a look at the comparison between Demon and Faiz here. 50 versus 23 eliminations, and too far to find. Faiz Expand. Can they get a 1-up on these boys?
Woo.
Luki says absolutely yes. Noki knocked down as well. Videls has got nowhere else to run. Hunted, flanked from both ends, and Luki on the pressure. Rama with the follow-up, finding Videls as well, but Traps instantly buys all 3 of his fallen brothers back in.
Yeah, buys back all of his fallen brothers in. There is a player for GOW here as well, so it could get a little bit messy if anyone does decide to start shooting. But Dian also buying players back, so everyone's using the same vending machine. EVOS in the meantime, though, still with Bigatron, so it looks like they've been hunting this entire team all game, and Koja not going to be too appreciative of Rastia as he has been knocked down. And they're still trying to find anybody else here. Bigatron losing more players as well. More players than we can speak of. Yeah, it's definitely not a Bigatron game here, AJ.
Not yet as of this point of time, unless they go on a massive revival spree and then make the greatest comeback ever. We've seen teams kind of do that in the past. EVOS has definitely done that in the past, but now they are on a potential hunt here, accidentally stumbling upon the players of RRQ. Ma'al could have perfect line of sight up against Aim God, and Aim God spots out Dudes on the other side. Ma'al could have been called in for the backup. Aim God a little bit of trouble, but they do manage to find the attack onto Dudes. 2 players working together. Cold Shield gets the knock, and Aim God should be able to finish this one off. Ooh, and RRQ will continue that revival spree.
On the other side, we also saw 18 Deer, but GOW is also in the vicinity, so RRQ is struggling, and Demon, he's found 18 Deer. Oh no, RRQ.
Oh dear.
This is not their game, unfortunately. Well, hopefully
Hot like
RRQ...
deer in headlights. 18 deer.
Deer in a deer covered by wolves. You know, I don't think that's a very nice matchup, AJ. So...
I thought you were going to say deer in a cocoon. That's wondering what you're talking about.
It's too early for that, AJ.
What?
It's too early.
Bigatron.
It's only 8 o'clock at night. RRQ, they just can't catch a break. Man, Bigatron have just made RRQ's life an absolute miserable experience. I mean, is Eco the last player standing? Because we saw Ma'al go down and 18 Deer went down. He might be the last person.
Well, you can always bet
Oh no,
RRQ to buy back their
Aquage.
players, but this time Ekal could not get to a vending machine, and RRQ again bows out early.
I feel so bad for them too, because everywhere they turned, they would just run into a team or a player or anything that would just get rid of their players as they were trying to reloot. So unfortunate for RQ. But Heavy though are going to run into Expand, and they already catch out Vault, so numbers disadvantage unfortunately for Expand. They still have one player remaining, but ooh, GOW going to be flying in, and I think Heavy may have caught wind of this as well, so we could be in for a little bit of a fight here as Don't Cry cops a little bit of damage, popping a bunch of blue walls as they try to make it around the corner. Mufasa going inside the building, and boy, he's gonna be the one to spot for the team. Demon does get clipped by the bullet, but boy, I think he realizes, oh, there's 4 players up there. I want nothing to do with this team. But now all of a sudden, Kage's flying in. So we could be in for a 3-way battle between these teams if Kage catches wind of this.
Yeah, Boy's just trying to find the flank in here alongside the rest of his brothers. GOW in their scopes, but managing to find some fairly high ground to keep themselves out of trouble for a little bit. Evos, on the other hand, can't say the same for them. Looking for a little bit of advantage with the terrain. But WAG is just in the perfect spot. Now finally going to be pressured by the blue to make a move. And Team Flash shows up out of nowhere, jumping at them one after the other. The Chrono keeping them alive for the time being. Had to pull the Steffi out as well. But Tikui survives that potential disaster as Flash fights their backs.
Wow, absolutely crazy that they were able to survive that initial onslaught. But we could be looking for a round 2 here, because Flash are looking to try to cut WAG off as well, as Flash are the ones that actually need to make it into the circle. So WAG, what's the plan here? Do you want to try and fight into Flash? Because they do have 2 players caught. Please, one's the first one to go down. And Cyrus is on the ground. And VP's joining them on the rooftop as well. Oh no, WAG caught as a caught in between the sandwich.
Oh. Well, Diamond taking advantage in the right time there. Looking for the knock, finds that, eliminates X-Boy as well, stealing the point away from Team Flash. And now Virtus Pro up against Team Flash to take control of this high ground. Jonah had the M79 but could not use it as he gets his glue wall smashed down by the Oscar, but no knocks come through from that just yet. Riptide Rhythm going wide, and PE Sports have hopped on in, tagging in for Team Flash.
So many teams playing on the rooftop at VP. They're trying to play backwards, but this constant push from PE, you know, they might be able to cut down VP any second now. All it starts off with is 1 drop, 1 down, and Don't Cry is going to be going down on the other side of the map thanks to Evos. But up top, we haven't lost anyone for VP, and I think PE are now starting to realize, like, wait a minute, maybe we've pushed a little bit too far here. And now that they are reeling, I wonder if now it's time for Virtus Pro to try to push into PE.
Oh, wow.
Diamond thinking to try and charge in, but they're about to run into Flash instead. I don't know if they're going to come out of it. PE in Flash, and look at that, Nero on the ground bleeding. Big regrets there for PE Sports.
I mean, they had to make a decision and chose to hop on down. What they did not expect was to get caught with their pants down there on that landing. As they stuck it, they got knocked one after the other, and obviously the damage from that fall didn't really help out too much in their survival. GOW up against Heavy. This should be an easy one for GOW to wrap the squad up.
Should be, although sometimes these should-be's become could-be's if they are not very lucky. And GOW going to take it nice and slow for now. Just keep looting, keep scouting, figure out what you want to do in the meantime. And Mufasa's been caught there thanks to Hans. No fatal shots yet though, so they will be able to heal that up if they want to. Demon thinking about it, but I don't think you want to be running out in the open into Don't Cry's hands. So we're going to try a different angle of approach right behind a building. And actually, Alan's been caught by Dian. This might be the opening they're looking for, AJ.
Yep, that's exactly what they're looking for, and a valiant dash. Demon finding 1 glue wall. Gets the damage in and very swiftly
Triple
makes
kill.
that jump, gets that double. And they are on the hunt for yet another free point from Team Heavy.
Beautiful stuff there. Now Virtus Pro still on the rooftop. GOW still looking for this last player from Heavy. It's just Boy. He's managed to find himself a vehicle, but no. Demon says, nah, your head is mine. That's going to be Heavy in 8th place. And GOW with 6 eliminations to their name. And it looks like Todak has started to make their own appearance in this game. Very, very quiet since that early game. And so far, no fatal shots yet. Todak looks like they're going to be okay, but they do take quite a bit of damage.
I mean, they had enough glue walls to pull right back up. Yes, they ate a Riptide Rhythm, point blank, but barely flinched. But here's another one. Loki down on the ground, looking for the pickup. Diamond just can't break down the glue wall just yet. And Toda actually surviving that.
Jeez. Oh, man. A bit unlucky for VP. They would have loved to have been able to eliminate a player from that rooftop, but it's okay. Patience is the play here. And also, patience will be very important for them to see whether or not it makes sense for them to stay on this rooftop, because the circle is slowly moving. And Todak, wow, they are very, very brave to make this play because they know a team's shooting at them and nothing's landed. Vindles. Wait, Kage caught Vindles.
Let's see if they can do a little bit more than this. Sooner or later, Virtus Pro does need to hop on off of that roof. Do they face the same fate as Esports on that landing? GOW up against Kagendra. Pulls up those glue walls to avoid interference from EVOS from the opposite end.
Oh, Dian's been caught though thanks to Deeks from Bigatron. Those are long shots from the other side of the map. So now, numbers disadvantage for the Wolves. And look at this, even the ice grenades. They're chucking everything in the building to just try and weaken GOW. But I think now everyone's going to stay put, right? Like, you've found a place to hide in. We now need to figure out where that next circle is going to be. And whether it makes sense to stay where you are, or if you start... Oh, the shot! Exposy catching Ray. Oh, no chance to retaliate there for EVOS.
I mean, lovely execution from that shot. And obviously had the Maro on him as well to just make it so much more effective from the distance.
That circle... super crazy, paying off for Kage. I think GOW's compound might be a little bit off. It's a bit hard to say from here, but Kage are happy to stay put. So everyone else, it's time to start moving. And Virtus Pro gonna send Diamond in. Oh, sorry, Waranya is gonna go in first, followed by Diamond. And if they don't get shot, they might be okay. They do have a couple of corners to hide around. So Virtus Pro not in too bad of shape yet. Bigatron, though, are going to struggle to get in. This is a lot of wide open space.
A lot of wide open space, but they're playing the trajectory of the circle very well, buying themselves a little bit extra time and avoiding the initial bout between Kagendra, GOW, as well as EVOS. I think Bigatron's onto something here. If they can complete this rotation, though, they'll have to use up a couple of extra glue walls, but the main recipe is to wait for a fight to break out first before moving on in to look for a spot in this next circle.
Yeah, VP might be the team that's going to struggle to find anything, because from where they are, there's really nothing. So they'll have to fight tooth and nail to make their way in, and actually Flash are going to launch themselves right in the circle there. So all of a sudden, VP, their biggest contender, is going to be Flash. They've probably taken the spot that they were looking for. But on the other end, though, we have a bit of a fight here. GOW on the other side of this building, wanting to fight into Bigatron, who are now thinking of trying to make it into their compound. They do block the walls there with some glue walls. But GOW, they haven't dropped anybody. I think now they regret their decision. Bigatron, they do catch Azrael. Thanks to death. That might be what they needed. But it was actually EVOS to steal away the elimination.
And Virtus Pro striking from the back, looking for the EVOS players, and they find a perfect one. But Rasia turns one around, finds a knock, aim got traded right back. Rasia, the king, who manages to eliminate Diamond, but that's all they take away from Virtus Pro.
They still are 2 players up for EVOS, so they can maybe try to turn this around in a 2 versus 3 matchup, but it's gonna depend if they can get that critical body shot. If they can get that instant drop, there is a chance for them to come back. But actually, Rasia, he's changed over to the other side, in the other house, and well, he's not going down as of yet. GOW in the meantime, though, not gonna be so lucky. Coach Yu hiding around the corner. I don't know how EVOS is still surviving so far, but if it works, it works. There we go. Todak is out. Going to end in 6th place. And all of a sudden, this house party is getting a little bit too crazy, AJ.
Yeah, Coach Hill's looking for attack, and Rasia again finding one, finding two. Rasia doing so much, finally knocked down to the ground by Easy for Dead. Can he get picked right back up though? Does have his buddy right on him. Unfortunate. Time just ran out, and EVOS with their final survivor. Can they find a lucky break for themselves? Answer is no, as the circle does him dirty.
Now it's going to be Flash versus Virtus Pro for this final circle. And so far, the odds are saying it should go in the favor of Flash, but Virtus Pro, can they turn things around? VP, they do have a lot of natural cover to work with, but look at where that circle is going. It is in favor of Flash and Virtus Pro. If they don't move soon, they're going to have to try and fight their way through out in the open. And Nameless going to be starting off with the glue wall. Instantly gets taken down. Hongan. Oh, beautiful Riptide Rhythm onto Hongan, forcing out another glue wall. They're going to keep on chasing through onto that Rusher. They can't finish him off. Warania manages to get him in the end. Shindo going to provide the backup needed. And all of a sudden, Flash, they're still down one. The VP, have they potentially have lost this? Oh boy, what a round, AJ.
Oh, Warania was so dangerous in that final circle with the Chrono, with the M590. But unfortunately swarmed by the Flash players. Didn't have the kind of backup he needed. And the team could not go as far, but they got far enough. This is what we're talking about. The final team from Thailand finally showing us the fire in their hearts, getting into the final circle, looking for something big. But of course, then crashing at the very end. Team Flash was the better squad in the final bout, but that's exactly what they're going to need to climb the overall table.
So if I recall correctly, AJ, they ended the round with 9 eliminations, or is it 10 for Flash?
Was somewhere around that, but
somewhere around there. So they would have ended up getting about 22 points. And before the round started, they were ninth on the ranking with 16 points. So that's going to bump them pretty high up on the leaderboard. But it's not to say it's a bad round for VP either. VP was in 3rd place with 25 points. So these two teams might meet each other up there on the leaderboard. But I think Virtus Pro are just happy that they play so high, because these are some pretty important points for them to... I don't know if they overtake Todak. They might be able to, depending on how many eliminations Todak had to their name before they were knocked out.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing here is Flash definitely got more out of this than Virtus Pro, because they had 12 eliminations in total. They got the Booyah as well. Virtus Pro were just not as lethal to pull those numbers away from the very get-go. They kind of sneaked into the circle at the very final moment, tried to do EVOS dirty, but Rasia, the Wonder Kid, just keeping the team alive by just ripping away a number from them. That kind of slowed things down a little bit. But Virtus Pro wasn't looking for just the Booyah, right? They were just looking for as many points as possible to climb the leaderboard. And I think that's exactly what they've done. Albeit, I think the distance between these teams are very, very close. Virtus Pro, Flash, EVOS, Toda. We can't even Toda in there. They were up at the top of the leaderboard in the previous match, but obviously things now have started to change, because they haven't been pulling in as many points as that first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably hard to expect to put that expectation on Todak's shoulders, right? Like this far into the tournament. But I mean, they've shown that they have been managing a level of consistency, which I think is actually very acceptable for where the team is currently. Like if they can grab another Booyah, perfect, you know, like that's the dream. But not all dreams come true. So the next best thing is really to just place as high as you can, grab as many eliminations as you can, and sort of hope that everyone else in the lobby, there's no one team that's just hogging all the points, because that's the worst case scenario, I think, for any lobby to have. Let's say Royale was still in the lobby, right? I think if they were still here, they would be taking all of the placement points, they would be taking all of the elimination points, leaving nothing for anybody else, and basically making that first place qualification slot a pretty hopeless dream for a lot of our teams. So I like how close it is today. And it's close between a lot of teams that we never thought would be contenders to begin with.
Yeah, and EVOS also had a really good game this time round, picking up massive numbers of eliminations, getting fairly deep into the final bout of the match as well, close towards the final circle. Of course, before Virtus Pro kind of interrupted their pacing, but with their elimination, they should be able to climb the leaderboard. We'll check them out in a little bit. Flash this time though has their moment in the spotlight. Death with the MVP title. 4 eliminations, 4 knockdowns. That's a lot of damage. 2,557. Rocking a full sniper build-up with the extra Susie thrown in there as well for the points.
Very fitting name for a sniper. You know, that's what you're looking for. Death of other people. Okay, not yourself, of other people. But death is really fun
Thank you
to
for
watch at times.
clarifying.
Yes, very much so. That's my job. But no, seriously, Death, very, very fun to watch, especially when you do give him room to do what he's meant to do. Which Zom, I appreciate Zom so much because I feel like him and Death, they work so well hand in hand because Zom is there to cover Death 6. You have Hong Am playing in the front and then you have Shin nearby as well. And every single time that you don't get rid of either Hong Am or Zom first, it's like a shooting range for Death to just go in, either do the damage and have someone else do the elimination shots, or for him to do the damage and to get the pickup. So great stuff here for Death, especially for this round and how well Flash played the round too.
Shin also walking in here with decent numbers. 5 eliminations, 4 assists, 7 knockdowns. Not a lot on the damage, but obviously a lot in terms of the contribution unit. Assists from Wang and as well as Zom cannot be ignored overall. With Zom being the backup player for the squad, he definitely chipped in quite a few bit in terms of points. And also, especially for all of those rotations, Zom is a very important character, right? On the jump pad rotations, popping that chrono, the time turner, keeping the team safe. They used it quite a number of times getting into that final circle.
Yeah, so here is our total standings for our third game of the day here, folks. So as you can see, Flash, our Booyah team, going to be walking away with 24 points. But wow, Evos just 1 point away. They ended the round with 15 eliminations, which is how they managed to end with 23 points. And Virtus Pro was our second place team. They take home 17, but I think for VP, they're just glad to take home a nice little package of points there because they're just trying to stay on top of the leaderboard. And there they are. They're in first place, just 2 points ahead of Flash and Evos. So Virtus Pro, okay, you were questioning why this team hadn't qualified yet. Today could be the day.
I mean, and that will just show you exactly how good Thailand is. But of course, Virtus Pro, not the most consistent team. I hope the other teams can really bank on that so they don't get discouraged thinking that, you know, today is all reserved already for Thailand to make their phenomenal run in the knockout stages, qualifying every single team out of the region into the grand finals early.
Yeah. So we do have 3 more games coming up here, folks, but don't worry, okay? We do need to give the players a little bit of a break. We also need to have a bit of a break. So before we go into our break, folks, we have an interview lined up. So let's see what our teams have to say after reaching the halfway point of the play day today. We'll see you folks after the break.
Hello Survivor, welcome to our interview section, and now I'm here with Exposy from Virtus Pro. สวัสดีค่ะ For now, the Virtus Pro is the first place on the total standing for today match, which is the 3 map. But we still have a 3 map, so I want to know that compared to the yesterday, I want to know that do you have any additional for today, because I have to admit that yesterday your placement is not that good and also the elim, but today your team did a great job. So what is the additional for today? วันนี้มีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงบ้างไหมคะจากเมื่อวานเพราะว่าเมื่อวานเนี่ย performance ไม่ได้ดีมากแต่วันนี้3แมปที่ผ่านมาทำได้ดีเลย
ก็กลับบ้านไปแล้วก็รีบนอนไม่พอครับแล้วตื่นเช้ามาวอร์มอะไรครับ
ก็คือเน้นการพักผ่อนแล้วก็เน้นตื่นเช้ามาวอร์มอีกทีนึง
ครับ
So about yesterday, after the match, they just get back home and sleep, just that, and then work up in the morning and trying to warm up. That is the thing that they do. Okay, let's go to the next question. So they have one map that Diamond is the one who left there, and they got the second place. I want to know how the communication back then. อยากรู้ว่าตอนที่เหลือพี่ไดมอนด์คนเดียวเหลือคนเดียวเลยแล้วก็ได้เป็นอันดับ2คุยกันยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ผมสั่งให้ทุกคนเงียบให้ไดมอนด์เล่นเองเลยครับ
ให้พี่ไดมอนด์เล่นเองเลย
ใช่ครับโซโล่เพลเยอร์
Exposy say that he told everyone that hey everyone silent just let Diamond play with his skill play So that's why they got a second place, which is a good thing. Okay, let's go to the last question. Do you satisfied with your performance with the 3 map รู้สึกพอใจกับ performance ตัวเองไหมใน3 map แรกนี้ค่ะ
ก็กลางๆครับยังมีข้อผิดพลาดอยู่ครับ
So the Virtus Pro still have some mistake that they have to fix it, so it's like a so not that satisfied. So let's wait for the 3 map left. Thank you for watching our interview section. We're gonna have a short break before get back to the 3 map left. Bye bye.
Satu, Rasya karena snipernya jago. Kedua, Wasana karena dia lincah. Yang ketiga, Limit dari tim Falcon karena dia jago main di belakangnya, nge-backupnya. Keempat, si Saipa karena dia bisa ngebayang tem lawannya. Yang kelima, Oni Kedai karena dia idol gua dari dulu.
Nomor 1 FFWS SEA, soalnya emang udah lengkap dia dari lokal, SEA sama dunia, udah dapetin tiga-tiganya. Dan dia bakal OTW dapat lagi mungkin season depan, tapi kalau season sekarang kita yang dapat. Terus nomor 2 itu Bobs, karena dia udah juara dunia juga waktu di Brazil. Kalau nomor 3 kayaknya bakal Dut sih, Dut layak dia. Soalnya konsisten banget setiap season. Kalau nomor 4 Pena, itu bakal OTW juga tuh, dapetin. Dan nomor 5 Koja, wah semangatnya berapi-api cuy, gokil.
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale Mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds in the knockout stage. Teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. Today is the final day, the final chance for an early qualifier into the grand finals. Yes, this is week 5, day number 2 with Danny and the Mustachio. We are your casters for the day, and thus far, Virtus Pro has slowly but surely clawed their way up to the top, wanting to be that final team from Thailand to find that early qualifier as well, Dan.
But they haven't locked their spot in yet. They are only 2 points ahead of the next best team, which is Flash and Evos. Both these teams are tied 40 points apiece. And then you have Todak at 38 points, which, hello, say that again. Todak are at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, I know. Crazy story. Apparently, we cheered for the wrong team. The thing is, though, with Todak, they started strong, and as the days progressed, their performance is slowly going down as well. So we don't know how much longer Todak's going to be able to stay up here. Hopefully, if they hear any of these comments, whatever they did in game 1 suddenly happens in game 4, because that would be a brilliant way to make a comeback. But the teams they have to beat to be able to get into first place, the competition's stiff. I mean, it's VP, Flash, and Evos. And generally speaking, Evos are pretty consistent. Sometimes they can be a little bit on and off. Flash and VP, these guys mean business today, so I don't expect them to just suddenly drop off the face of the earth.
Yeah, but it's not just them, right? Even all the way down to Kagendra, GOWP, Esports, they all stand a decent chance into fighting for that number 1 spot, because they're not too far away from teams like EVOS. They are under 10 points away from them, and one very decent game can change all of this. And you know, we kind of were playing around last week when Buriram found the qualifier, and we were talking about, you know, worst case scenario for some of the teams where you perform so well, and then in the last 2 games, all you need to do is just drop the ball. And if you do, just like that, just as good as you were in the past couple of maps, the other teams could definitely overtake you with those 2 opportunities.
Well, sometimes it's even just one game, right? It depends on how badly you drop the ball and how quickly someone else takes it. So anything really goes, because we've had some crazy teams pick up 35 points in a single round. Although very rare nowadays, AJ, we don't see as many top-heavy Booyahs anymore. And could we say, like, one of the factors of that being that just teams are just getting better now? It's no longer a case of just 1 or 2 teams dominating their groups. Everyone has closed that gap in terms of mechanical skill.
I think we need to give credit to the developers of the games themselves, because of how they've been coming back in here patch after patch after patch, balancing the matches out, balancing the games out overall. Because if you still have got game-breaking characters out there and, you know, game-breaking guns, game-breaking skills, it may tend to get a little bit skewed towards one side, especially when you've got a team of very good mechanical players who are able to abuse these mechanics. Now, with the introduction such as the unique active skill, that has brought so much of changes for the better. Right now, we don't see any teams just running away with it, but we see a little bit more of a balanced, gameplay out there overall, which just makes things so much more exciting. Like these days, every day you come into this knockout stage, we reset the table. That's exactly what's going to happen on the grand finals. So this is like that training before you get in there, and it's all thanks to the adjustments that they've brought in recently.
Yeah, I think it's necessary to sort of mention it's very nice we don't see 4 Tatsuyas anymore, because that were wild times, AJ. The fact that we could just have teams running 1-2 characters, and it just goes to show how strong some of those abilities were if you could have multiple. So very, very great that we've had so many changes added or implemented into the esports scene, so that we get closer games. We get closer games, we get more exciting matches as well, and we get innovation. Because I think teams are also, it's not a very quick process, but it's really cool to see teams innovate once they start to see a certain character looking a little bit too strong, but then the answer is a character ability that teams never played up until that point, because you didn't need that solution. That problem didn't exist before. So it's fun to see how teams are also slowly evolving along with the esports scene and all the changes that have been applied to the game since then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our next matchup is Alpine. And what are we looking at here for top teams for Alpine?
I mean, you're looking at a few of them who are very proficient at finding the final circle, but not proficient enough to walk away with the booyah. RRQ and P Esports, surprisingly very decent on this map, but also not a single booyah to their name. And then comes a team that drags in less points than RRQ and P Esports collectively, but has 3 booyahs behind them at Alpine, and that's Team Flash. And Team Flash is one of those teams gunning for the #1 spot. This is a big map for them.
I mean, Flash are in second place, so maybe this is their time to sort of come in and swipe that crown away from VP. How does Virtus Pro typically do on the map comparatively to Flash?
I mean, Virtus Pro is not far away, but they only have 1 booyah here. So I will definitely put them in contention for the booyah on this map as well. Looking at the fact that they are already at the top, now they're super confident with it, and it's not a map where they are too much of a stranger to. They know their way around there, not as consistent with the booyahs as Flash, not as consistent as RRQ with the points, but they're still a contender.
I wonder if this is an opportunity for either of these teams to poke the other and say that, okay, we know you guys are reasonable contenders on Alpine. We might need to cut you down the leg now. Because either you want the advantage, you don't want the advantage. I don't know at the same time if anyone really wants to do hot drops. Like, we've seen I think we've seen 2 hot drops today, but it was not from any of our top teams.
Yeah, this head-to-head though is one that's very valuable. The 2 bombers of the squads, the 2 grenadiers going head-to-head, and Dude's actually having more eliminations here just shows a very clear difference between him as a lethal master as opposed to X-Boar. And X-Boar has had a couple of whoopsies so far with the M79, alright? The guy has detonated himself one too many times, and that's something that Dudes is not a stranger to. He has definitely done that as well, but the frequency has been so much more lesser. But surprisingly, he has not been showing the lethal side of him in this phase of the competition just yet. They've toned it down here, RRQ.
Yeah. Well, we kind of have a question, you know, is it a case of they chose to tone it down, or is everyone toned them down? Because honestly, with all the games that's happened and what we've seen, it just seems like the lobby has neutered RRQ's performance and basically not allowed them to really play the game that they're looking for. But we are jumping into game number 4 here, ladies and gentlemen. It is Alpine. So lots of points to be had, lots of points to be taken. Are we going to see any hot drops? And if we do, is it going to be with our top teams? Because there is very much a possibility. So far, looks pretty clear, AJ.
Yeah, everybody's just trying to avoid each other as of this point of time. because of how balanced the game is, because of how 50-50 a little bit of a early drop could just be for these squads. This one's obviously not intentional. Both Virtus Pro and Todat try to avoid each other, but Todat's players dropped far out of their own drop spot here. So obviously a little bit of skirmish at the far ends. Virtus Pro kind of taking too big of a split. Finds wall, strains him out at the very same time. Eximate versus the court. How unfortunate for both the players.
Fortunate or unfortunate? I kind of feel like if you're going to go down, best case scenario is just to hope the other guy goes down as well. So
no, unfortunate because they got knocked too as they got the knock.
Yeah. It's good and bad for both players, I guess. You know, ideally you stay up, but sometimes everybody loses, and we see that as well. We did have a substitution, by the way, for this game. So as you can see, we have Arbai coming in for RRQ, and Ekal is going to be subbed out. I will double check if there are any other substitutions, but I believe this was the only one. And yes, this was the only sub we had.
Yeah, it's a tad bit interesting of a sub here for RRQ. It shows that they're not looking to go wild today. They're not looking to qualify. Rama Thompson. Interesting dash. The Valiant dash, not breaking down any glue walls, but just doing a little bit of a zigzag out there. Still gets the knock as Diamond got confused. But that's all that matters. The knock is what matters at the end of the day. But of course, looking at the way Kagendra and Heavy have been finding each other out there today, it's not faring all that too well, especially for Heavy.
Heavy has had a really rough day today. They just can't find anything. And you can see on the live score screen and to the side as well, they only have 13 points and they're in 12th place. So it just goes to show, you know, Heavy, they have days where they can play outstandingly, which was yesterday. But today just really not a day where they're seemingly able to thrive. And they couldn't even grab the booyah on the same map where they scored the 35 points yesterday, which was Solara. So I think Heavy are looking at these games today and just thinking, okay, we're probably not going to qualify today. Let's just do our best, and we're going to practice some stuff we can. Which, interesting decision here for Boy, because he's gone for Kenta's. Okay.
You definitely want to be able to do some fancy things out there with that Kenta, and he's definitely viable. Teams are just testing him out as of this point of time. You don't really see a wide usage of the Kenta. Noki, though, is catching up with his buddy. They want to get out of here as quickly as possible. The jump pad does help them do exactly that. And in a timely manner as well, Kagendra is a few seconds too slow around that wall.
Just a little bit. Alan, in the meantime, though, he's trying to hunt down some of these players. But unfortunately for Mufasa, going to be eliminated by a skill there, thanks to Rama. So, do they really want to keep going for this? We'll switch on over to Bigatron and WAG, as Bigatron are trying to abandon ship here and not want to fight into WAG at all. And so far, I don't think anybody has been knocked. We see one, though, Kyung, as Real going down. But this is why the Flash team, did they blind the Team Flash? Oh my gosh, their life flashed before their eyes.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking for the revive. Unfortunate, just a second too late, and the team gets knocked out in the 12th spot. RRQ up against Todat, though. This is round 2. This is maybe revenge time. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses, but Fai is very smart, prone. Dropping himself down to his belly, but still found by Duts. There's a little bit of a reposition for this man, and obviously fighting his prey not too difficult at all. The rest of the Todat players, though, managing to scramble away as quickly as they could as they sacrifice a player on their side. And RRQ is not letting them get away. On straight for the hunt.
I don't blame RRQ for wanting to hunt either, because with how badly that they've started today, maybe they're just saying, all right, guys, if we see anybody, we're going to start trying to click on some heads. So
yeah,
we'll see if they can continue that chase. In the meantime, though, Noki is trying to avoid this chase here by Ma'al, who did clip him a few times with the glue wall, buying some time. Noki, he has found a little spot hidden behind the tree line there, but how much longer is he going to be able to survive for? Because you can see someone is clipping his ankles. Duts wants him as well, and that's going to be it. Abe is the one to actually get the knock.
I mean, right now, Duts he's raging, man. He was telling them already, don't touch him. I got my name. Don't touch him. And they all just had to touch the guy. Abe walking away with the point for the squad. RRQ just a little bit of a friendly competition between the players to see exactly who can claim that for the team. But now Kagendra spotted on the cross. And EVOS having aim guard here with the card in hand. Also, Rasia up on top of the roof, managing to get a knock, but a knock is all they can take away from Kagendra. These players are a little too quick on their feet, and they've got decent enough cover from the terrain to put themselves in a better defensive spot against EVOS.
Yeah, actually looks like Kagendra are trying to make the wrap there for that vending machine. So they will safely get to it. And I kind of fear for EVOS now because we've seen Kagendra. If this team wants to fight, they will run at you. So we could be seeing a couple of player names on that kill feed in just a moment. But switching on over to Expand, who are sitting on 6 eliminations this round. So Expand not looking too bad today.
This game. Not looking too bad
This game. Yes. This game today. Apparently, I missed a couple words.
Eliminations 11 versus 9 in the hands of Raz, going up against Jonah, PE Sports. I mean, yeah, doing fairly well, but Kagendra just slightly better than them on the leaderboard as of this point of time. And Kagendra has managed to find the deeper circles more often than PE Sports overall today. But of course, those has just been 3 games. Let's see what's due for them in the next 3 as yet another civil war breaking out. WAG versus PE.
And Cyrus not really able to land anything. Tikoi! Oh, a prime target taken out there. And WAG, they've lost one of their frontliners. LBT looking to lead the charge with Nero in that compound. And they're going to send one away, leaving Export and Cyrus to buy time so that they can buy back the rest of their team, knowing that death is imminent. And you can see Cyrus and Export just buy time. Waste their time, because the longer it takes for them to get rid of them, at least they have time for that last survivor, for Please One, to get to a vending machine. And he looks like he will be able to successfully buy back his teammates if he has the cash on it. We don't know how cash strapped he might be.
Yeah, I mean, X-Boy initially with his grenade going wide.
8200 gold.
His M590 just not finding its target. With PLS1 all alone, if he turns around and eliminates that player, maybe he will just have enough to play the vending machine. Doesn't know that he's just being pursued by one player. It's not something that PLS1 cannot deal with on his own.
There's too many players now, so I think he's gonna have to go for that long wraparound. Oh man, they even put the bounty on his head as well. Please One knows. He's like, just leave me alone. I only have 200 coins. I am harmless. It's very painful to watch. Who knows? Maybe Please One can pull off some magic. Get a couple of knocks as PE try to chase him down. He's got his glue walls, and
there you go.
You can see
there you go.
A little bit of damage. Oh, come on. Come on, Please One. You've got one job. You got to one-tap either of them. Nolan and LBT.
Valiantly dashing through his glue walls, bringing the N to WAG with that encounter and the final elimination. They go through a glue wall, lighting up their own car on fire. But of course, a majority of those shots initially by PLS1, who should have acted a little bit earlier, but of course, better late than never. He was trying to get away into a little bit of a safer spot, hoping to bring his brothers back. Didn't want to take too much of a risk, but of course, PE Sports played the game of numbers up against PLS1. GOW up against Toda. He just recovered Toda on top of that.
Just recovered, not in their prime form, but what's the plan here for Todak? It looks like they're just trying to take it slow. But we do have an ice grenade thrown. So GOW, they are aware of Todak's presence. And what's the play here? I guess they're just waiting just to see where that next circle is going to be, because this is not the same Todak we saw in game number 1, AJ. Okay, game number 1, we saw a Todak going absolutely ham in the lobby. But this one's the Todak we're a little more used to seeing.
I know, right? I don't know what got into them in that first game. It looked like a very different squad, even with the way they were moving out there. Very confident with their strides and very dangerously accurate with their shots. And now they're just back to good old Toda, the friendly neighborhood fish. So as RRQ finds a more than decent rotation into the next circle. Allen fighting ahead. It belongs to Nameless. But Diamond going in. Valiant dash breaks down the glue wall. And the bait and switch. Don't Cry coming out of nowhere on that.
A beautiful play from Don't Cry. All of a sudden, this has stopped the push, and all of a sudden, VP, 2 players on the ground. It's up to Nameless and Xposy to turn around. Xposy next one to fall. They haven't even gotten anybody from Heavy. And Virtus Pro #1 team knocked out in 10th place. Now the doors are wide open for somebody else to take the throne.
Wow, what an encounter. Unbelievable showdown, and Virtus Pro down for the count. Heavy of all teams, absolutely snuffing them out with that play.
And if you look at the active leaderboard as well, Flash are now considered first place because they are still in the running for this game, AJ. So crazy stuff here for Flash to be sitting in first place. Game's not over yet though, because still got plenty of teams in the running. 9 teams left, and we still have EVOS. EVOS are still very close, 3 points away. They just got to start picking up some eliminations, and hopefully they can score more placements than Flash, because they absolutely can take away that first spot themselves.
I mean, an unbelievable day we definitely can expect here on the knockout stage. Phase 2 has just been that exciting addition into the competition. Every day is like a grand finals, and today the top dog for this version of grand finals is Team Flash, at least for this moment in time. Managing to rise up to that #1 spot. EVOS can very quickly rip this one away from them. They need to get into that final circle. Toda as well, surprisingly, one of the teams in the
look
running.
at that circle. Kage are screaming and crying at the same time. So they got the dead center of that circle. Everyone else on the right-hand side, though, they got a lot of fighting to do if they're even going to make their way there, because there are so many teams in their way, especially for Todak. Todak is the furthest team out from the circle, so they either got to get past GOW and PE, or they have to take that north path and get through RRQ. So if Todak somehow break through, they could be in contested. They could be a team that might be able to swipe away that first place away themselves from Flash.
But they are literally at the very back of the line here. When you compare the number of teams that are trying to get in towards this next circle, 9 teams still alive at the 13th minute is ridiculous. This is just way too crowded. And Rasya found from afar. Ray understands the importance of picking up his buddy Rasya. And they quickly scramble away, finding covers. And this is the best position for EVOS right now, but not for long, as the circle will find them as well.
All right, that circle's starting to move, so any teams that aren't in it right now, they need to start moving. Otherwise, they're going to be in a whole world of pain as EVOS are outside of that circle. Some of the teams are in there. AimGod going to be rushing forward, fighting into Expand, but I just don't really see him being able to break through all on his own. In the meantime, though, they did try to go for the backside, but AimGod gets picked up thanks to Abe, who will lock that in. And Rasya caught as well. I think we might have just lost the White Tigers here. It's just Kochiel left, but he's outside the blue zone. He's got nowhere to hide. Oh, EVOS. They are out in any second now.
Waited too long. And obviously this was about to befall them. The circle now moving much further away, EVOS. There's just no way Kochiel makes this one. RRQ trying to play their own possibility of survival here up against GOW. Demon did pull out the time turner, but 18 was there to instantly disable him. Akoy all alone now. PE Sports pummeling them from the other side. Abe running straight in 18 with the follow-up. But RRQ being pummeled by bullets, one after the other by PE Sports.
Yeah, PE Sports, they are looking for eliminations to build up those points, and there we go. So that last elim is going to be it for EVOS. So our top teams at the moment still Flash, Todak, and Kage are in the running, just still stay in first place. Unless PE Sports can pick up some more eliminations. Expand, though, going to be raining down a lot of fire from Kage. About to get Valve. They just need a little bit more here. And they will get him thanks to CT7. So there goes Expand. Flash, though, they've got 6 eliminations. They're still in first place, and they want to try and keep it if they can, but it's up against RRQ, a team that has actually done very well this round, and this might be the round for RRQ if they beat Flash. Here comes the push. They are advancing. They've still got glue walls. Hong trying to find the opening. Valiant dash from Abe to break down the glue walls, but maybe it was a mistake. Half the team is on the low ground. Abe is gone. 18 Deer is reeling, and you can see Ma'al. He actually went further ahead to go into that circle. And look at Flash jumping into PE.
Yeah, PE Sports burning them the moment they spot them. But the circle, though, leaving PE high and dry, taking down their players one after the other. But from a blessing out of nowhere, The circle starts to move little by little towards the PE Esports players. They just need to hang on. Kagendra facing the pressure. Instead, Heavy in the best spot to take them one out, one after the other. Bui finds CT7. Those glue walls come popping out right back for Kagendra. No Riptide Rhythm dropping those just yet. And Kagendra moves on in to shut down PE, and they do that perfectly fine.
Oh my gosh, AJ, I think we might be looking at our top one team here for Kagendra. They've just got to go through Heavy if they want to secure a bigger lead. They need the points. Mufasa dashes in first, finds Raz, CT7 trying to go through the side. Alan manages to find him though with a big body shot, but don't cry. He's going to try and catch up this next player. They really want to grab more from Kagendra. Alan on the ground from Heavy. 3 players still remaining. Mufasa trying to come and help his teammates out. Easy for Dead is there. He's caught by Mufasa. And Heavy, they have managed to hang on. But Kagendra picking up second place in that round. AJ, I think that's enough to put Kagendra into first place.
The very, very impressive game from Kagendra coming through there. This has to be one of their worst maps as far as their performance comes along with. And they just pulled out a phenomenal final circle. Luck did play its fair share in that, but with the way they managed the final engagement with Heavy, you could tell they were hungry, they wanted it, and they used their active skills all at the right time. But unfortunate for them, Heavy outplayed them on the mechanical phase of things. Those gunshots just way too heavy on the players of Kagendra, and Vietnam walks away with yet another booyah.
Yeah, another booyah, and I think that also a great showcase of it doesn't matter if you have a really great spot in that circle. Constantly apply pressure to your opponents, because I feel like that game could have gone in Kagendra's way if Heavy at any point just stopped shooting at them, stopped poking, because every bullet that landed, that was health that needed to be healed. Every bullet that connected, that would force Kagendra to think, we can't stay here, we've got to move. And think of the location that Kagendra had to fight on. That was a really awkward area to fight. It was like half high ground, half low ground. So just really great corral work coming in from Heavy to sort of push them into a position that essentially gave them a massive advantage. So congratulations to Heavy. They picked up a bunch of points. They were in 10th place during that round at some point. So I feel like just based off of that booyah, they might be able to sneak into maybe 7th, maybe 6th place if they're lucky. But I'm looking at Kagendra, and I think during the mid-game they were sitting at 39 points, and this was only when they had 1 elimination to their name. So imagine the placement points to their name, plus the eliminations, which, did you catch how many eliminations they had before that final fight?
Yeah, they had 12 eliminations. So
12. Alright, so that first, done, dusted, easy.
Just nice for them to sneak it, not even into the top 6, right? I think this was their recovery game. They've kind of botched 2 matches on the side of Heavy, and in fact 3 games if you want to count their basic average, right? One of their better matches were at Nextera, and that was only 10 points. In the first 2 games, they barely picked up anything. So this was their comeback game, so it's not going to push them into the top 6 just yet. But as far as the fight at the top of the leaderboard goes, it's still as close as ever. Kagendra versus Flash, that's going to be keeping me at the edge of my seat. I'm not sure how many points Flash left the lobby with, so we'll have to tally that up in a little bit and just see exactly whether or not Kagendra succeeded in overtaking Team Flash on that number 1 spot. Even if they didn't, it would be super close. But teams who are still in contention like PE, Toda and all, they are all definitely must-see teams in a little bit. 5 eliminations here. The highlight for Mr. Mufasa. Once again, 5 knockdowns, 1,632 on the damage, rocking the Oscar. Valiant dashes just kept breaking down the confidence of his opponents.
Yeah, Mufasa's been a superb support on the side of Heavy. Really fun to watch him, and for him to, we've seen him play a lot of Oscar in the Battle Royale, but in Clash Squad he also played a lot of that Cassie, and he really is such a great forward playing player, just sort of playing with the rusher, trying to again create those openings, but also he does fall back and protect his backliners if he needs to. So Rufus has been a very fun player to watch. If you're looking to improve your ability as a support for your team, I'd actually keep an eye out on Rufus because his movements are on point for a lot of their games. Team stats though, okay, I don't want anybody to look at me and say, but this team stats are looking a little bit low. All that matters is that firstly you got that booyah, and secondly the eliminations. If you have way more eliminations than you do damage, it doesn't matter how much damage you do in the fights. If you're the person to get the last hit, that's all that counts.
Yeah, and you know, Heavy's just that kind of team, right? Where yesterday was a really good day for them. Today, they started off in the dumps. But if they can use this Alpine map to turn their fate around, there's still time. We've got 2 more games to go, Kalahari and Bermuda. And they're not too shabby on those maps, so there's a very big potential here for Heavy to give everybody else a really good fight, even for that number 1 spot, if they can remain consistent and high scoring on the next 2 games. But overall, 24 points for them here. RRQ, Kagendra, both scoring a total of 17 points. And that's not too far away from Flash at all. They needed more than those 3 points. So this game, Kagendra does not overtake Flash just yet. But as we anticipated, close enough.
Close enough. 1 point difference between first and second place. PE, Todak, VP, and even EVOS, I feel these teams, they're all still within reach. I kind of feel like once you hit that below 40 point mark, I feel like that's when things start to sort of dwindle for the remaining teams. Unless they can pull out a crazy 30 pointer for one of their rounds. But the competition, it is fierce, and it is fierce between teams that I don't think anybody thought were going to be the front runners of this particular match day.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I think it's going to be a nail-biter for sure. Surprisingly, we see Toda up in the upper half of this bracket and consistently remaining there. But we do have to acknowledge that that was a very subpar game out of Toda. They have scored 7 points on Purgatory, 5 points on Nextera, and again, they just scored 7 points on Alpine. That's not enough if they want to keep it up when their standings are concerned, because 26 points off of Solara, that was a phenomenal start. They have not shown us that version of Toda just yet. We go into Kalahari and Bermuda, again, another opportunity for the Malaysians to wake up.
Potentially, the only thing I worry about is because it's Kalahari next. It's probably more so an opportunity for the Indonesians to wake up and grab their points, right? Because the Indonesians, except for Kage, they've struggled to maintain a level of consistency I think that we'd be happy with for these teams. Like EVOS in 6th place, I think a lot of people are kind of looking at that and thinking, wait a minute, what happened to EVOS? You know, this is a top premier world-class team. Why haven't they sat in that first 3 spot? And RRQ also looking very, very unsteady today as well. So I think if I'm the other teams, like sure, Flash, Kage, PE, Todak, I'm not sure about Todak, maybe they'll kind of disregard Todak and leave them, but you'd kind of need to look out for the top 3 and also pay attention and keep EVOS and RRQ at the back of your mind.
Yeah.
I definitely also just consider the Kalahari specialists are here.
Well, let's see if or not they will be able to make a lot of noise there, right? Because yes, RRQ, very proficient here on this map, but PE Esports is a great big threat as well. Virtus Pro is fairly proficient at finding points on this map, even more so when it comes to the placement points as opposed to the elimination. So Virtus Pro can definitely be that one big threat, that one big surprise in that final circle. So RRQ, I mean, they've been having a horrible day already. They brought Ikal in on top of everything else. They're kind of giving their sub a little bit of time out there. So I don't think they are going to go all out on the last 2 games, but we'll see if they change their minds.
Alrighty, folks, we are about ready to jump into game number 5 here. We're going into Kalahari. Let us know in the chat if you are watching on any of our live streams who you think is going to be taking this map. Is it going to be our typical Kalahari Kings, or are we going to be seeing one of our top performers today maybe swipe that title away just for a day so that they can keep their place on top of that leaderboard? Because at the moment, if you have not checked out the leaderboard yet, we currently have Team Flash leading the charge with 54 points, followed by Kagendra, one of our underdogs, in 2nd place with just 1 point difference, 53 points, and in 3rd place we have PE with 48 points. So Our top three, very, very unconventional top three, but you know what? We live for it. We love different. We love our underdogs, and it would be pretty crazy for one of these three teams to really qualify after today's playday, because AJ, you know what that means? Everybody else is going to go into the last chance qualifier next week.
Yeah, I mean, Magna Esports, the only team that did not get a chance on finding the early qualifier, since they ranked at the very bottom, which means Magna will only be allowed to play in week 6. So we get to see if or not this elongated break is something that has become a blessing or a deep curse for Magna, because they could have used this time really, really well to do a lot of homework, to really observe and see what's the winning factor. But then again, if you really think about it, no team has shown a consistent winning factor. Even the big teams that used to show us consistency have just been all around the leaderboard. Even RRQ today, they're nowhere up in the top 6. So I wonder who they were looking at and trying to learn here.
I wonder if that's the strat. Everyone kind of playing all over the place, so that when you do get to grand finals, you sort of look at the stats and you think, what am I looking at? what data can I actually use? Which it is pretty interesting. I mean, we'll leave that challenge up to the teams and the players, especially the coaches, okay? I hope the coaches are being paid well enough to solve that Rubik's Cube, because I kind of feel like that's something that we wouldn't be able to solve. But we do have some team statistics here. We've got Todak on the screen. So as you can see right now, they are 8th in eliminations, 10th in damage, and 8th in assists. So, the team is placed super high today, but aside from that first game booyah, the team is slowly dipped in stats.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great game, number 1. And I think that just kind of set the expectations way too high for Todak today. And we've just been missing them sorely ever since. In order to truly enjoy Todak's performance, I think we need to once again drop our expectations, because that's when they hit really hard. I think we're putting on too much of pressure on them. It's very rare to see a Malaysian team do so well out there. So I think we got very excited on that first game. Expand still has a chance. They haven't proven themselves here today. Maybe they can use the next bit of opportunity, but it's just for anyone staking out there, right? You've got your teams at the bottom who are trying to prove themselves, and then you've got the teams at the top finding a early qualifier into the grand finals, wanting to skip over the 2 days of play next week.
Well, we'll have to see if it's going to be one of the current top teams, or if we might see maybe someone else slip through, because we've got 2 more games left, AJ. So we were always talking about the top 3. I don't know if Todak's going to be able to pull off 2 rounds of 35s. I think that would be brilliant. I would love to see another booyah from this team, but I think a lot of us are sort of questioning whether that's possible. But what is quite possible is potentially for Virtus Pro, EVOS, and maybe to a certain degree for RRQ to pull out 2 big rounds for our last 2 games, right? Because it's Kalahari now, and after Kalahari, it's Bermuda. And I'm pretty sure all these teams here, they're all very familiar with Bermuda. This is not a map that's going to catch them out and surprise them like Solara. So I think the teams at the top also need to be very wary of our typical top performers that aren't really performing today, right? Like don't drop your hat and think that you're only facing Kagendra, PE, and Flash. We still need to give respect to Virtus Pro, EVOS, and RRQ, and even GOW. All these teams, they do deserve to be respected as well, because everyone's out to win it, and I don't think anybody, aside from maybe the very bottom teams, they shouldn't count themselves completely out yet, because anything can happen. Anything can happen. It's just you don't know what happens until you are in the game and you're actually doing it.
Yeah, especially a Team Flash, right? You saw Flash, GOW, Team Heavy, everybody going out there and proving that when they desperately need it, they will be able to show up strong.
Yeah, and sometimes if you're in a desperate need of energy, definitely have a look at one of our sponsors, Red Bull. Here, Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 and B6, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories. And if there's a time to crack a can, I'd probably crack one of these right now, because we're coming down to our last 2 games.
Oh yeah.
And for some of these teams, you play 4 games back to back. Maybe you're feeling a little bit sleepy, a little drowsy. Don't let that drowsiness cloud your thought process. Keep it there. Keep it focused. 2 more games to go. Everything is on the line, including a spot to the grand final, because nobody wants to play last chance qualifiers if they don't have to.
Yep, indeed. And as we gear up for the second last game of the day, we head on into Kalahari, a map which not many players put on the #1 spot when it is the favorite maps that's in question. The Esports, Heavy, Kagendra finding early drop spots here and fairly comfortable with where they are. Nobody in for a hot drop, and it looks like almost all the teams here are going to be able to avoid those early engagements except Team Flash and Bigatron.
Yeah, so aside from these two, it's going to be pretty slow going, I believe. So we'll have to see who manages to get the first knock. And it looks like Death is the first one to go down, thanks to Koja. And all of a sudden, yeah, Flash, our first place team on the leaderboard, not looking so hot, which, you know, let's be real. Bigatron are doing the whole lobby a favor, because if they get rid of Flash here, all of a sudden, they are going to be in a whole world of hurt and have to perform in this last game. Oh my gosh. 3 players down. They still have 1 more, thankfully, but man, this is a rough start for Flash.
Oh, that was on the revive, and now Bigatron not pulling any stops. Drop it straight in, looking for a fight up against EVOS. Ray tagged up from the back. Koda was popped earlier. Rasia knocked down to the ground. And now Bigatron hungry and ready for a big fight. They are off on those fresh loot. EVOS, Aim God, reaching, gets the revive, and then knocked down to the ground. Ezreal just a second too late, and now EVOS has their insurance policy purchase back.
This is crazy, AJ. Bigatron is doing the whole lobby a favor by crippling Flash and EVOS from the get-go. EVOS, I think they still have 1 player left. I think it's Rasia, and he's got a big job to do in bringing back his entire team. And same thing with Flash, right? Flash, they have to also basically start from square one as well. So Bigatron, our 12th place team coming into game number 5. Sort of easing things up a little bit for our remaining top contenders. And one of them is Todak. So Todak is towards that bottom section of our circle. So they are technically within the safe zone. The question is if they want to fight, and if Kagendra wants to fight into PE, which that seems to be the case here though. So pretty big fight, because Kagendra and PE, this is our 2nd and 3rd place team. So LBT, first one to go down thanks to Easy for Dead, but CT7 gets caught by Nolan.
Yeah, I mean, great team play overall by the squad here. The Esports, Nolan, hopping on over. Has got the hook gun. Easy Ref sidesteps it, but a 2v1 puts him on the ground. Nero finding the final shot there with the M590, and now Kagendra on the back foot. They do see a vending machine right in front of them, and Easy for Dead's going to rush towards it. 400 coins in his pocket, enough for 1 revival, but here comes EVOS as well, looking for that vending machine. And Easy for Dead is going to find that it is not so easy to get his friend back.
I think if you're Easy for Dead and you saw EVOS, you pray that EVOS engage into PE right now, and then you slip away under the cover of the night. And actually, Bigatron is thinking of coming into the vicinity as well. So this could be crazy, AJ, because we also saw that Bigatron had a huge start themselves. If they come in and rock the boat for EVOS and PE Esports, and even Heavy, all of a sudden, this game is not what we've expected. This is not a classic round of Kalahari so far.
Expand subbing in one of their best eliminators. Luffy in for Rama. That could just change the fate of Expand a tad bit there. He's finding Kochil from afar with the Vector. He was up against Heavy as they are fresh out of battle with Bigatron. He was just can't seem to catch a break here. Woo! Almost knocking him down to the ground. 2v1 will get the job done. Mufasa finding Ray. And yet another revival will be forced out of EVOS.
Actually, it's going to be Koja caught. He will be picked up though, so Bigatron's going to be okay. Now looking for their new target, which is Heavy. And Heavy was 9th place on the leaderboard coming into this game. Bigatron, AJ, this team has 10 eliminations on their name. 12th place, 10 eliminations, looking to rock the boat and basically take over Kalahari and ruin the lobby for a whole bunch of other teams. I mean, they're locked and loaded. They've got the inventory for it. They've got the momentum for it as well. I mean, if I'm Bigatron, just keep on going. Just keep on going. Finish the round strong. I don't think it's going to be enough to put them anywhere in contention for first place. But who knows? Maybe they score a 35-point round, and then maybe, just maybe, I'll eat my words if they can also do that in our final map here. But Koja failing to grapple onto the watchtower there, and he gets caught thanks to Boy. Really nice sniping work there from Boy.
Young sneaking in, finds 2 players right outside. Information all on his side, and now Heavy not waiting long at all, hopping onto the second floor. One on the roof. The rest of them coming on in for the flank. Mufasa with the grenade through the window.
Whoa!
It's a big one, and that's a little bit of a distraction there. The players off Bigatron. Here comes the Valiant Dash, breaking down their defenses. Mufasa and Don't Cry finding the opening frags, and Heavy's chomping away at Team Bigatron.
Oh, but Kochio comes in as well. So Mufasa and Boy are going to be knocked down thanks to Kochio. Evos are coming into play this game as well. So Evos, Heavy, and Bigatron Vitality all within the same area. But it seems like now things are starting to settle down now because that fight has lasted far too long. And we're going to switch on over here to GAW and Expand. So GAW, they are around the sub, and they're going to catch sight of Expand on the low ground there. But do they want to start this? It seems like they're kind of waiting for Expand to maybe run into them. And whoop! Got Azriel caught. And Abe finishes him off. And Too Fast as well. Okay, there we go.
Well, Demon trying to find a few connections. Lucky lucky enough to get out of range. Demon not able to find any punishers there. But they understand that this is something that's fairly easy to hunt. Looking at the way they were maneuvering out of the sub instantaneously. But we'll catch up with them in a little bit. Kagendra right in front of Expand as they rotate towards command post.
If there's a team that Kagendra is going to want to fight into, it is very likely to be Expand if they want to add some eliminations to their name. They're only sitting on 2 compared to... I don't believe Expand have any elims under their belt, so... might be a really good time for them to try and go for a fight. Todak, in the meantime, though, they have caught sight of WAG, Tikoi, and Cyrus. Just going to be looting up. Just waiting for the opportunity. And they do catch Tikoi! Thanks to Noki. Traps trying to follow through, but they do manage to get the pick up there, so it's not going to be a very easy pick.
And they send in the Riptide rhythm as well. Smashing down the defenses. There is a player right behind WAG.
It's a little awkward for WAG too, because if they leave, they are just running out in the open. They don't really have anywhere they can run to. Unless they're ready to commit a bunch of glue walls. Oh, wait a minute. Expand? Knocking down players of Kagendra. We saw 2 names. One of the players getting eliminated. Uh-oh. Okay, what happened in that battle? Because I think the typical result should have been Kagendra beating out Expand. And actually, it looks like RRQ is causing Kagendra a whole bunch of issues as well. Abe sniping from the high ground. Oh, Easy for Dead has been caught! And Raz as well!
GG.
Oh no! Kagendra! They
So
may have
close.
lost their opportunity. Yep.
And yet, so far, Kagendra, Easy for F now. Desperately trying to hang on for his dear life. And
it's
Luki had the better angle to find the final nail on the coffin for Kagendra. They climbed up fairly high, but now Expand trying to drag them down with the help of RRQ, and it was successful.
Kagendra wasn't meant to fly this round, apparently. So very unfortunate because Kagendra so close to being able to seize the crown themselves for the round is just positioning. Like, this is one of the reasons why Kalahari is such a difficult map to play, with all the elevation and how wide and open the map is. Trying to find all the best hiding spots and all the best places to basically sit and wait for that circle to move. It's very important.
WAG has that extra layer of monster truck here as well. So, yeah, you were about to say something.
Nope, it's all good.
Too fast stuck in the exact same spot Kagendra got caught out here at. And
this feels like a trap, AJ.
And Luki has got a decent enough flanking position to hold on to, but RRQ just not able to spot that Expand player. So nobody's punished. But right under Big Brothers, Evos now have snuck in to Refinery.
They snuck into Refinery, and they've also snuck into 5th place as well. Just 1 point under Virtus Pro.
This next circle is going to be massive, Danny.
Oh, man. This is... I feel bad for Todak because I don't know how they get... Oh, my gosh. Why did it have to be Refinery?
No, massive. I mean, everybody is there. That's where the party is at. That's where the circle's going to be at. And these
Party
teams
at
that are
RRQ's
already
house?
here, they don't need to do anything. They just need to camp, and they just need to pick off free points off of the teams that rotate in towards the safe zone.
They've also got to figure out where they want to be as well, right, AJ? Because there's a lot of pros and cons to being on the very top of Refinery and at the very bottom. At the bottom, you don't really have too many places to hide. You can be shot down at. But at the top, even though you have a lot of vision to work with, once that circle gets smaller, and let's say that final circle ends up being on the low ground, there's going to be issues of teams coming down from that elevation safely. So I think this is where teams have to make the most important decision of the round. Where do they decide to come into, and what floors do they want to sit on for the next couple circles?
This is what we saw last week, and on that platform was Buriram. And this was the game where they sealed the deal. They found their qualifier into the grand finals off of that platform with a phenomenal jump to the bottom, sending 3 players out. Moshi hanging back, looking for the extra snipe with that high ground in those final moments in case the rest of his teams got attacked. So that's something that these teams can also use to their advantage. But of course, understanding a strat versus executing it, 2 very different things out there.
Yeah. So for the moment, WEG going to play on the edge of the circle for now. Everyone's still technically in, but I think now the problem arises when people start to figure out, okay, where is this next circle going to be within Refinery? Is it going to be on a high ground position or a low ground position? And so far, a couple of shots being thrown out as well. Expand not looking too happy there, thanks to Evos and Virtus Pro shooting at them. And look at where that circle is. It is towards the top of Refinery, so this is where RRQ was going to thrive, because as everyone tries to come in, well, RRQ, they have all the vision in the world to work with up there.
Absolutely, but now Alan, great position. Down at the bottom, looking for the heads. Too fast, taken out too fast. Best play of the day, unfortunately for Expand. They need to pick up their buddy.
Oh,
Nobody's going to pick him up. Too fast. Still low,
no!
and Ray finds Alan.
Oh,
Don't
no!
cry, eat it up. Boy, the final one left in here. And unfortunately, getting his buddies back is going to be impossible.
Very tough. Like, sometimes you have to take those risks and try to find those very cute hiding spots, but with so many teams left in the game, there are very few places you can hide at, and boy, he even continued to take it, but he's gone down. I mean, to be fair, Heavy were just not in a great spot to go into that next area. And now it's GOW versus Virtus Pro, and GOW corralled in the crates, and that's going to be it. Virtus Pro take them down in just a few seconds. So the Wolves are out. We are already down to our top 8 teams, AJ.
My goodness, that's way too many for such a tight little circle. But of course, Kalahari providing various vantage points here, stacked one above one another. Nameless, right from the back. 8 India striking a big one alongside Dudes. And WAG just being tortured by RRQ from the back. And right in front of them, they've got Virtus Pro to deal with. And obviously, that was just way too much for them. Nameless dropping by, picking up Exposi. Tikui couldn't get to them. Diamond holding him back in the meantime. In a 3v1, Tikui still holding his own.
Still holding his own, but for how much longer? He's used up, I think, all of his blue walls. So now he will be taken out. And that's going to be it. Down to our top 7 teams now. And look at this Flash now looking to advance here onto Virtus Pro, because all of the glue walls have been used. Any glue wall melter here would be absolutely amazing. And Exposy hits the floor alongside Nameless, and Flash extending their lead now to 61 points with those extra couple of eliminations. Now Virtus Pro, they're not out of the game as of yet. They have 1 player left. They're at 7 eliminations, and they would love more. And if anything, they want those placement points. They need Flash to go down now. and they need to get as many placement points as possible. That's the dream here for Virtus Pro. Very possible, but somehow Flash need to make a critical mistake in the next couple minutes.
And Flash is still alive. Virtus Pro, they only have one more player to make any bit of difference for them, and every single placement point will count here. Team Flash at the very top, but they're not in the next zone just yet, and the moment they show up on the very end of this ledge here, this will put them in the crosshairs of two teams at the same time. EVOS from down at the bottom, Bigatron from up on top. The way they make this rotation is very important, and they pull a smooth one.
Oh.
Bigatron not in spot to catch them, but the Riptide Rhythm grenade chips away at all four players. Second Riptide Rhythm goes through the glue walls. More grenades for them to eat up, but nobody has tickled Flash just yet.
And looks like EVOS are ready to go in for a tickle party here. And are they going to be able to down one of their biggest opponents so far? Flash are looking okay until Shin goes down though. They still have 3 players going Zone, doing the best that he can, fighting into EVOS, but they constantly run into them. They found Aim God there. This might be the opening that Flash were looking for. Still trying to fight. Coach Heel is there. None of his shots are landing. It's a 1v1 inside the Glue Wall Mountain, and they win it. Coach Heel eliminated with a melee attack as well. Oh boy, I think it's just Rusty, the Wonder Kid left there for EVOS. He's going to have to try and play for placement points, but I don't think anyone's going to let them. He's gone. LBT snaps him up.
Yeah, Esports spotting out an opportunity, picks up a free one there. RRQ on the double, taking out Bigatron from the race as well, out on the 5th spot. And RRQ's looking to make this game their comeback game, but Virtus Pro showed up out of nowhere. And
It's just diamonds.
That was just unfortunate.
That was insane. So RRQ, Flash, and PE are left. And out of all the teams remaining, PE are the ones to have the numbers advantage. So this might be where PE can shine.
Yeah.
They just need to find their way through safely and find their next hiding spot. RRQ, though, trying to play with what they have. Arbe hiding behind a glue wall. Dude's just going to try and use some natural cover. And they need to figure out, okay, what's the next plan? Because this next circle is along this weird bridge. And you can see Flasher on the bottom. So if you try to go down, you're jumping into the mouth of Flash. But you stay up here, you got PE to deal with.
Abe is in a decent enough spot, but PE Esports now just pressured by the circle, being forced to move. But the read is really good. And a double monster truck pulled out here by the Flash players. They don't really need to rotate as of this point. Abe looking for them. Sends them 2 grenades. That does nothing much than tickle them.
Okay, so now we need to see what happens. Does PE knock out RRQ first? Or do they position themselves to try and pressure Flash first? Because these are our 3 teams remaining. That circle is now starting to move. And PE going down the side. They don't want to fall down the cliffside. So it's going to be our 2 big teams going up against one another. And this will be huge for RRQ. If they don't get sniped up on the top, they can absolutely steal away eliminations from PE and Flash.
And either Nero or Nolan setting up the trap here. Those are the trip mines that will definitely take your legs off if you do come in here for the rush and flank on the PE Esports players from the bottom. And they've laid that trap out for Flash. But RRQ now pulling in the distraction from up top. The knock is there. RRQ could fall prey to those trip mines as well. But PE Esports is hanging around, hoping and praying that the glue holds up for the moment. And it does. LBT! What a backstab! Rushes right behind Dudes and catches him open.
And Arbe, he's going to try and survive, but you can see here, he's peeved off PE, so they're thinking about trying to go after him, but you can see Flash now looking to chase after PE with Jonah on the ground first, so now it's going to be 3 versus 3. Arbe positioning himself on the bridge, hiding behind one of the pillars. He can just try and play for that game of survival, or he can try and stick his doesn't belong. We'll have to find out here because now we're running out of space. These glue walls can only hold on for as long as they can. The circle is moving. These teams are going to have to start falling any moment. And there we go. The charge in from Flash. The teams are falling. Nolan to hit the ground first. Needs to be picked up. Nero is there, but there's just not going to be enough time, not enough space to pick him up. And even RRQ wanting to do this as well. Arbe going for the game of survival. It's LBT and Arbe.
Amazing play by LBT. Now,
Abe.
going in,
Abe.
not for the pickup.
Abe.
Steals it away. RRQ RRQ tanking the damage from the blue for so long, biding his time, patiently tickling all those flames on the side of PE, pops his health back up because he had more time on his side and took the final punishing bullet straight to LBT. An unsuspecting booyah from
Brilliant.
RRQ to jump back in here.
Brilliant play from RRQ. Guys, sometimes you gotta stick your nose into the beehive, but you need to back up a little bit, wait for the bees to calm down, then you come and attack them when they're not expecting it. Incredible.
I mean,
RRQ.
that's what you gotta do sometimes. You get luck, sometimes you make your own luck, and Abe just manufactured that for the squad. It was a big game. They collected quite a number of eliminations. They got to that final circle, and the position that they held on to was very decent, but PE Esports played it very smartly up against them, and Flash held their ground down at the bottom of the bridge, not putting themselves in any bit of great big risk. The rotations from both the teams were very, very good. It's just that PE Esports turning around at the right moment to take away a couple of players from the side of RRQ, and obviously that was the winning blow, because if they had not acted at that point of time, RRQ could have very easily snuffed out PE.
Okay, so very exciting times here for RRQ fans, okay? Because for that particular matchup, so this was midway during the game where RRQ, when they sat at 5 eliminations, they were at 43 points, placed in 7. They ended the round with 13 eliminations, plus they got the 12 points from the Booyah. So we could be looking at RRQ in our top 3, top 4 at the moment. And most importantly, within reach of taking the crown for themselves. So again, we've said this before, sometimes it's just you need a miracle round to bring you back into the competition, and RRQ has found theirs. Now they got to make sure they don't drop the ball now, because we're going on to Bermuda next.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Flash, they have been at the top for quite a while. They haven't been able to put a huge distance between them and the other teams just yet. PE Esports have managed to catch up. RRQ has managed to catch up. Virtus Pro is still lagging at this point of time, but they've got enough in the tank to go crazy in this next game. It's still wide open. Any of these teams could take it. Even Kagendra and EVOS could run away with the early qualifier if they go crazy in this next game. But that's the condition. They need to go crazy. And of course, the prerequisite to a little bit of the craziness is teams like Flash, PE, and RRQ, they need to go down fairly early as well.
Yeah, you also need the bottom teams to also not swipe away some of those eliminations.
That's true.
Because every time a team that is out of running for first place gets an elimination, that's a point that's not going to you or a team that would really value those. So lots of things have to go right for a lot of our teams. Lots of things also have to go wrong for certain teams.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, there's only so much that you can do to place your own fate in your own hands. And honestly, a lot of that is going to be how you play Bermuda and who drops in with you. If you're going to be disturbed early, if you're going to get hot dropped, because we've seen several hot drops happen today. So I don't think it would be uncommon for a hot drop to happen in this final round as well, considering that this is the last hurrah really for everyone except for our winning team. So Bermuda's going to be a very interesting one. I'm very excited to see if we see a surprise come out of nowhere and see, for example, we have Kagendra deciding to hot drop Flash, for example. Because I feel like someone's got to do it. Because if we just end up with a quiet game, which Bermuda typically is never quiet, but if we end up with a very safe game because everyone's so afraid of losing their position, I feel like those games go in favor of teams that are already way up on the leaderboard, because that means eliminations are going to be spread. It's not going to be top heavy.
Away, 4 eliminations, 4 knockdowns, 3,492 on the damage, rocking the Oscar, rocking the Valiant Dash, as well as the AC-80, has the Joseph, has the Ford, you know, everything enough in his pocket, including the Olivia, to remain healthy out there and also give a little bit of backup to the rest of his team members with that healing touch off of Olivia, which just helps them keep their edge out there and survive a little bit longer. Testament to RRQ getting into the final circle, but just with that game, they've put themselves in the running for the early qualifier into the grand finals. Massive elimination game coming through from the side of RRQ, as opposed to some of the other games that they've played today.
feels good to have signs of life coming in from RRQ because they made me worry for 2 days straight. I thought today was going to just be another day where I look at RRQ and think, please guys, come on. So there's got to be something left. But they do show that there is still something in them. They have a little fire, that little spark. It's finally coming to life. But I hope to God this starts burning today, like right now. As they fly into Bermuda, that spark turns into a wildfire and they take over the match, because RQ, if they can blow things up in this round, they have gone from, I think they started the day in like 10th or 11th place. They had a terrible start, and then they climbed all the way to potentially first.
Yeah, not the first yet, but they are
Soon.
trying to get there. Bermuda is a very good map in the arsenal of RRQ, so this might just be one where they just run away with it. 26 points here to jump back in. The best game of the day for RRQ themselves, as opposed to the other games where the maximum they picked up was a total of 17 points. Bigatron right behind them on their recovery game, but obviously that's not going to put them in contention for the top 3 spots. Esports and Flash, though, they will remain at the top of the leaderboard. But now with RRQ chomping away at their heels. Check out today's standings. RRQ now in the 3rd spot. Just 6 points behind Team Flash. Esports 5 points to catch up. And this is all very doable. Even Virtus Pro can sneak in there. EVOS with a massive game can get it done. Kagendra with a miracle can get it done as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're starting to get out of reach roughly at EVOS Kagendra. At Todak, I think I have doubts that Flash, PE, and RRQ would have to basically be bottom 3, I think, for a Kagendra and Todak to maybe make it. But then again, who knows? You know, miracle rounds, 35 points. We've seen it done before. It can definitely happen again. So I'm expecting this last game to be extremely fast-paced. I don't think anyone's going to sit on their heels, because they are going to have to realize how important every nation is going to be in this final game. So I think the question we now have for the players and teams is, who's going to make the move first? Because you need to have a lot of confidence in yourself and your team to bring the fight to anyone that is standing in your way in the last round of the day.
RRQ, obviously the one with the highest odds to walk away with that number 1 spot and qualify early into the grand finals. EVOS is very good at Bermuda as well. RRQ has got 2 buoys here. EVOS only has 1. And they have a total of 111 points. Not as much as RRQ, of course, as the leaders of Bermuda, but they are close enough. This could just very well be dominated by the Indonesian squads. But right behind them are 2 teams from Vietnam. Team Flash as well as PE Esports, who surprisingly are in contention for the number 1 spot. In fact, Flash actually holds on to the number 1 spot, PE Esports in number 2. So this is going to be a crazy game. The odds are definitely stacked on the side of Indonesia, but Team Vietnam can make a huge upset through Flash and PE.
So there will be no updates to rosters. So teams and players are basically locked in for this final round. So ladies and gentlemen, we're just about ready to jump into game number 6. We're flying into Bermuda for our last round today. If you're in any of our live streams, let us know in the comments and in the live chat. Who do you think is going to be taking the booyah? And a bonus question, who do you think is going to be getting the direct invitation to the grand final? Let us know in the comments and in the live chat. We do want to hear what you guys think. And if you would like to, send your energy to anyone that you are rooting for, because for a lot of our teams, there are 4-5 teams in the running to take that qualification spot. And if there's a time to be a super fan, now's the time.
And don't forget, we also have our LBS, our live broadcast segment, where one of the losing teams is going to have to wear the headband of a loser and probably do the hokey pokey for us later on. I was just kidding when I said I didn't like it. I'm looking forward to it.
Did you forget what it was? It was... You forgot, didn't you?
I honestly didn't even read it earlier.
It was... Okay, are you ready to be disappointed?
Tell me.
10 jumping jacks.
10 jumping jacks. I mean,
So we're missing out on an extra
we
zero here.
want to go
'cause 10
easy on them today, you know. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulder already, so we're taking it easy on them at least. You know, I mean, the loser headband's definitely hard on them, so 10 jumping jacks, we cut them some slack.
Okay, fine. They're very lucky I'm not the referee here because I would have done something completely different with the teams. Oh boy. Alrighty, so just preparing for our final round, and we're just going to have a quick look at stats here, it seems like. So Virtus Pro, in case anyone has forgotten, Virtus Pro is currently ranked 4 on the leaderboard, and so far for stats, you can see how much work Diamond has been putting in for the team.
Yeah, no doubt.
68 eliminations.
Yep. Used to be one of the best rushes, still is one of the best players out there on the battlefield. With the way the game has been growing, Diamond definitely has seen some competition out there. But Nameless, Exposy, Varania kind of throwing in their own bit as well, especially Exposy. You know, his number of eliminations might not be as much, but he really has got those high impact eliminations in these games to help Virtus Pro out all the time.
Yeah, I feel like Exposy, he's like the backup in case Diamond doesn't finish the job the first time.
Yes.
That's sort of the interaction between the two players. So it's fun to see, you know, it's like, okay, Diamond gets all the glory, but Exposy's sort of that insurance policy. Invest in Exposy just to finish the job. Speaking of finishing the job, folks, we're about to finish the job here. Game number 6 is well underway. We're going into Bermuda, and are we going to have an interesting flight path? It's going to be pretty generous, right down the center, so no shenanigans, AJ. Sad times.
Sad times indeed. Yeah, but EVOS straight out to Katulistiwa. GOW is probably going to be quite close to them at Bima Sakti.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so RRQ half dropping into Kagendra.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from that, nothing too odd.
Oh, very risky play here, RRQ. But of course,
Or
they've got
Flash and PE.
a
Are
little
they
bit of.
dropping together?
You tell me.
Oh, they're on our screen right now. They are flying in the exact same direction. Okay, AJ, I think we might be in for a little bit of fun.
They've got one insurance policy here, splitting away from the rest of the squad of Flash. So Sentosa is going to be lit up early on by the teams out of Vietnam, PE and Flash, both the number 1 and 2 squads at the top of the table. Looks like they're trying to do RRQ and EVOS a favor here by cutting each other down early on.
And it's going to come down to who gets dropped first. And so far, Flash are looking okay. First shots gets played by the Zom. None of them are connected. LBT, though, using a glue wall to buy himself a little bit of time. Time Turner going to be used by the Zom as well. We do have Nero trying to cut them off, but Nero's all on his own. And oh, he catches home. Zom looking pretty good so far. Looking for his next target if he can find it. Looking to grab some more. Shin, next one to fall for Flash. Zom. He's there all on his own, and Nolan and LBT, they want him as well. So Flash, unfortunately, lose a critical fight there. But thankfully, they did send Death off on his own. So he will be the one to slowly bring the team back. Only 300 coins in his pocket, though. So he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, can barely afford a full buyback at this point of time. But Virtus Pro in an early engagement as well as they bump into Heavy. And Heavy makes quick work of them. Looks like Virtus Pro is not going to find the early qualifiers so easy. But Exposy is still keeping the team alive. A triple revival to keep his squad in.
Good news, not out yet. I'm pretty sure they had a small heart attack with some of these early skirmishes from our top performing teams. But yeah, for VP, they need a little bit of time to recover. Heavy in the meantime, though, fighting into Expander. They've already lost Alan. Trying to get Too Fast, who's on the rooftop there. Oh, the snipe, boy, and don't cry. Caught on the side of Heavy. Now left with their last player. And now we also have a Nero here for a PE. In the same vicinity as I believe that's Death. So we got a potential 1v1 that could be happening here as well.
Let's see if or not he's lucky enough to stay silent and avoid pretty much a disaster of forcing his friends to spend another 400 coins. And he himself losing 400 off of the elimination. Toda up against GOW. Deanne, what a great position to hold up against the players of Toda. Fantastic vantage point to give the information to the rest of his rushing squad members who are cutting down the distance quick. Evos finding Kagendra as well. Aim God with the Mag 7 finds the first one. Kochil on the drag and hunts one down with the Drogon. Bumps into the second player as well. Plays the bait and switch. And Raz couldn't get the job done for his buddy.
Not quite, and Kochil and Ray on the ground, and looks like Aim God is there to pick up his teammate for now, but now they are the ones trying to retreat. Aim God's going to be there. Kochil drops Aim God as well. It's just Rasia left for the team, and he's just going to have to launch himself right away as Todak is here with GOW. So AJ, we still have 12 teams in the game somehow, but so many fights have happened. These teams realizing how important it is to grab these eliminations now. All that comes down to is that first jump, and Akoi in the distance is going to be behind that building. We do get the first dash, but Demon not able to do much with it, and Hans, he manages to catch out traps. Loki on the ground, time turner. Vindles has been caught as well, and Todak, they only have 5 left. He's able to launch himself out of there. Does he get shot down? He survives. Barely.
Just on time. Inhaler's going to help him recover a little bit here. Team Toda looking for the double, potentially the triple revival here. As he spots out a couple of extra coin machines on the way towards the vending machine. Alan finding a player off of Bigatron, who've had a decent time in the previous game, but of course, continuously climbing up this leaderboard is proving to be tough. Now they gotta slow down a little bit, but Evos just not cutting them any bit of slack at all in this encounter.
No, just Rasia in general, not cutting anybody some slack. If he's got line of sight, he will shoot. And as we can see here, Bigatron going to be able to bring 2 of their players back. So teams just constantly trading players, trading bodies, just for vision and to try and get those extra eliminations. So AJ, I'm going to say this game, we are going to get a very inflated elimination scoreline because we are constantly seeing players being brought back. Even though there are a few teams struggling, Virtus.pro and Todak still only sitting on 1 player apiece. But regardless, we've had so many teams just trading.
Todak's right back in it again. The Malaysian squad just doesn't want to go down. But Diggs finding Faiz, putting him 6 feet under, and forcing the team to once again go looking for coins as they get brought back into this match. RRQ, on the other hand, looking for the reposition. Do they find a free gift on the other side? Yes, they do. Bigatron!
And Kagendra. It could be 2 in 1. Yeah, Azriel and Deeks on the ground here for Bigatron. Kyung still sort of making his way around this fight. Not really wanting to go after it. Kyung is there, and looks like we do finally lose our first team. It's going to be heavy in 12th place here, AJ.
Unfortunate for the Vietnamese squad, but RRQ spotting this fight, and they're swooping on in. Ma'al finding Koja first. Eliminated instantly. Kyung trying to get away. Dudes, can he find it? He tags the guy up, but now Kagendra left out here in the waters. And RRQ's not pulling any pauses on this at all. Finds all the players. CT7 knocked down Dudes. He ran into a shooting house.
Oh no, Dudes. CT7. Gonna be the one to get that elimination. And Ma'al, I think Ma'al just got backstabbed up on the high ground there. Traps was actually waiting for him. Did Ma'al not see him? Oh no. Absolute disaster here for RRQ. I mean, they do get to bring Ma'al back, but it's 7 minutes into the game. He's gonna have to try and find a safe place to loot, but with how active the map has been, I don't know if Ma'al's gonna have a chance to come back into this game. And all of a sudden, RRQ, there's 3 players here. They have Todak potentially advancing upon them as well. I hope they're ready for a fight, because if one starts, Kagendra's nearby as well. They're going to hear this.
And Kagendra survived long enough already, but Evo's coming to put an end to this. CD7 managing to actually sneak away again.
Oh Oh my gosh, AJ, look at the eliminations for EVOS. They're sitting on 9 eliminations, but I'm pretty sure this might be the average for a lot of our top performing teams for the round. Flash actually is sitting on 0, unfortunately, but they're going to try and survive up against Bigatron because they do try to knock out some of the Flash players. They're going to be A-okay though. Kyung, in the meantime, though, not looking too happy himself. It's up to Shin. Blue Wall Melter's going to be used. Kyung, all he needs is a way to get away or a body shot, but the body shot's going to be on Kyung instead. And there we go. Bigatron cut down yet again.
Flash is still at the very top of the table. EVOS desperately trying to catch up. And they're not too far away. Under 10 points to catch up in Flash. But one of the prerequisites is Flash needs to be removed from the equation. And the same is for PE and RRQ as EVOS now overtakes RRQ on the leaderboard, matching them up with the 66 points.
That's huge that Dutz got taken out. That's one of the star players for RRQ removed. So Kagendra, they may have crippled RRQ moving forward. They're out in the blue zone though, and Raf is hoping he can try and survive for as long as possible. But knowing RRQ, they're not going to let him. Gonna shoot back, hope he can get a knock, but that's just not going to be the case. But what that does is it does allow easy for Dead to escape, unless EVOS found him. I just saw one of the players launch towards him. Uh-oh. And the rest of EVOS flying into RRQ. We could be in for another Indonesian Battle Royale.
Yeah, Dudes on that landing saw multiple players around him. Beautiful connection. Kochil's right beside him as well. And didn't manage to cut down the distance as 18DA showed out of nowhere with the Trogon. And Rasya shutting down a bay from afar. RRQ again forced on their revival spree. 18DA trying to get away. EVOS says no, as they take him and the squad out of the equation in the 10th spot. RRQ, what a miss.
Big miss. And this was, I have to say, RRQ compared to everyone else in the lobby, they played rather slow. They didn't try to fight up until just recently. And all the games that we see RRQ slow down that early game, it always just seemed to backfire on them. So 4th place for now, unfortunately, but they may drop a little bit lower, but doesn't really matter. First place is the goal for today. And I mean, Flash, they're fighting tooth and nail to keep it, but I'm going to be honest, EVOS are fighting even harder than both Flash and PE combined. 14 eliminations to the White Tigers' names. They're sick and tired of not being qualified for the grand finals. They want this now.
I mean, finally, when they try, they get. But can they go all the way? Have they waited too long? Flash now, one player on the ground. Regis Pro trying to end this, helping out EVOS. This might just be it. Death down, Shin down, Zom on the back foot, trying his best to get out of there alongside Wang M. Wang M fails as Diamond finds him. And one final survivor called the Zom. Up he goes, but straight into EVOS. Kochil's got his back turned, and Rasya 16 eliminations to catch up with Team Flash. And they might have just done it.
They've just flown into the Tigers' mouths. They're in first place, AJ. EVOS are in first place with 75
Not
points.
yet.
PE, they can take this. They need more eliminations.
Yeah.
EVOS need to go now. EVOS needs to be knocked out right now. Virtus Pro, they're about to run into Kochil, but you can see him hiding behind the wall here. I hope EVOS are ready to receive them, because if they're not, their dreams might be cut short here. Diamond, he's ready to make his move. Oh boy, Ray, glue wall. Gonna buy him a little bit of time.
16 eliminations, make that 17. But even Virtus Pro can still catch up. 4 points. They need to pull to the other side. EVOS, unstoppable, untouchable as of this point of time. Fully looted up. All their active skills intact. They have not used any of them. And Virtus Pro is right behind in striking distance. Virtus Pro needs to take EVOS out to qualify early, to be the 5th out of the 5 Thai teams to qualify early for the grand finals. But EVOS taking aim. And Virtus Pro just keeping their heads down. They know what's good for them.
Oh my gosh, this game has just gotten incredibly intense. VP, I don't know how they get out of that corner without punishing EVOS, but here we go. Virtus Pro rushing up the hill, up into Cochil. There is one more up there, and they're trying to hold down the fort. Aim God surviving so far, not looking too bad here for EVOS. They are outmaneuvering them. They do manage to use the crate as a little bit of extra cover. EVOS, I think they're waiting for the angle. Aim God, Blue Wall Melter gets used onto Virtus Pro, so they're a little afraid to advance any further. 3 players though. Exposy waiting in the wings, ready to snipe, but he's out in that blue zone. Oh, Exposy!
Use the portal go to quickly reposition, but Russia finds the head of Diamond. And here, that breaks through all of the players of EVOS straight into the back lines of Virtus Pro. That Rebel Rush getting them close enough, but PE takes advantage and takes out EVOS. And now PE is at the top. PE Sports from Vietnam. In the very final second, that very last corner, they take that #1 spot with 80 points at the top, and Virtus Pro, only one more player capable of saving this now for the Thai team.
It's not over yet, AJ. All we need now is for PE to be knocked out. There are still so many teams in the running, and as long as Virtus Pro, they can play the game of survival, they still might be able to take this title away. So it's up to our bottom teams. Oh, but Virtus Pro, they've lost their last player, so it may well just be PE.
It is definitely PE Sports in a phenomenal day. At the very final moment, they have taken command. 16 eliminations, 4-man strong, and now up against WAG. Riptide Rhythm from Xbox, breaking down the defenses, but they got a monster truck to keep the boys of WAG on the back lines.
Tikui, this man is afraid. He's staying with the team, staying with Cyrus, just trying to play with whatever glue walls that they have left. And PE changing their target instead onto Todak on the low ground. The much safer target to attack as well. Not much cover to work with. Nero, I think I'm using the monster truck, but I think for PE, the goal now, they probably know that they've qualified. Let's grab the booyah. Let's celebrate. Let's show everybody we earned this spot to the grand finals. So now we see the last player for Kage, Easy for Dead, playing the stealthiest game of his entire life to try and grab those placement points. WAG trying to go for a push themselves, but how far can they even go? I don't even think they're going to let them come.
17 eliminations already, matching up to what EVOS could do earlier, and there's still a lot for the picking. It was my PE Sports up against Yorka Gendra, and that was the team they just took down. But now, here comes the bigger fight. Nero finding one, Cyrus taken down, taken out of the elimination as well, outside the circle, but X-Ball turned it around for his squad up against Soda. But PE Sports, Nero and gang from the back. Easy takedown, 4-man strong, up against 2. Traps get strapped, fires the final sacrificial lamb. And PE Sport with the biggest booyah they have ever secured for the early qualifier into the grand finals.
Too easy for PE. Oh my goodness. What a way to end the day. What a way to earn your qualification as well. I mean, you can see PE, they're just thinking to themselves, guys, we made it. We made it. We don't need to play the last chance qualifier. We are in, boys.
32 points off of this game. What a match. And obviously, Team Flash had it all to lose, and they lost. Lost to whom? PE Sports. EVOS dropped the ball big time as well, and PE did not give up. 97 points in total, because that massive fat 32 just shot them all the way to the #1 spot. And what a game. Even EVOS, after performing so well, could not keep the #1 spot away from PE.
Look, EVOS were so close. It was just they got a little too crazy. They went a little too ham, and they just got punished for it. I think it was into VP as well, wasn't it? It was that uphill fight on the side of the hillside trying to get rid of VP, and then another team just came in and snapped them up from the other side. It was a crazy fight. There was just one drop of blood, tons of sharks in the water, and if you got in the line of fire of someone else, I'm sorry, bro, you're taking a chunk out of your side. Not really much you can do about it. So it's such a shame to see Esports not make it through yet because they really wanted it. We saw how much they wanted it during that early game. It was just getting a little bit. This game was too scrappy. If this was just a typical game of Free Fire, I think they would have gotten away with it. The issue was they also had VP and PE and even Kagendra that were actually looking to pick up all these eliminations as well. Just such a crazy lobby.
And that's exactly how it's designed to be, right? Because we have allowed the biggest, point takers to qualify early into the grand finals, and whatever that's left in this mixed bag of talent is quite close to each other. That was proven through the leaderboard today. Game after game, it was shifting, but one thing that really stood out was how close these teams were to each other. And at the end of the day, for the final game, we had 6 teams in contention for that number 1 spot. In a miraculous manner, PE Sports manages to scratch and climb all over the rest of these squads and make it into the grand finals. And they are basically repping Vietnam big time. This is a really, really good spot for PE to be in. And what a consistent way to get in there as well, right? Not just through luck with the positioning on the circle or whatsoever. That was just pure firepower leading them through that game.
Yeah, going back onto being able to represent Vietnam, I think a lot of us thought that it was actually going to be WAG to qualify first, but I mean, PE, I think they've lit a fire in all of our hearts.
Yes.
They're ready to prove to us that they are ready to be champions and to say to Thailand that, hey, we're the new region in town. We're going to take the crown this time. It's no longer going to be a Thai team. Yes, there might be 5 Thai teams, 4 or 5 Thai teams already qualified and 1 Indonesian team, but I think Vietnam, they're almost ready to receive a title for themselves. They are so close.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it could just be exactly that. Yeah, the champion rush condition is just something that's wild. Anybody can win as long as they put in a decent amount of effort. And based on the state of the game, if you have a really good day, you could just be that team. You could be that PE Sports, right? You could just trash everybody else out there. Just 3 really decent games on your side. It was a great performance overall from PE Sports, but you got to feel for EVOS. They got close. They actually ripped it away from Flash, and then PE ripped it away from them.
It's a case of who's a little hungrier and who stays walking on that line. You can't divert a little too far because sometimes you get a bullet in the back of your head. I heard those hurt, so it does work to walk the straight and narrow. But it's not over. Of course, the teams that have all qualified in first place for the past few weeks, they've already earned their qualification spot to the grand final. We still have 6 more spots. So It's not over for our teams yet. They just have to prep for our last chance qualifier happening next week. And that's going to be 6 spots. So a chunk of teams are still making it through. But I think for everybody competing, don't assume you will automatically qualify. I mean, we've seen over the past few weeks that anything can happen. Absolutely anything.
And although the leaderboard was just really close all throughout the whole day, I have to say in this final game, PE Sports, they just tore away from the rest of the competition, right? Because they were already doing perfectly fine, close towards the top of the leaderboard, and then they had a massive finisher. Whereas the rest of the teams, they had these massive games. Like EVOS, they had the massive game to jump up the leaderboard, but not really get the job done because they had thrown in all of their efforts into this one final match. And although they did walk away with a tremendous number of eliminations, what they could not do was get deeper into the circle. And that affected them a lot. But of course, if they had stayed with that number of eliminations, they still wouldn't have overtaken PE Sports, which is a little bit more consistent throughout the day.
Congratulations to our last team to qualify through the knockouts because everyone else, we're going to see them again. It's going to be next week though, because as you all know, everybody, it is Sunday, so that's going to conclude all of the Free Fire matches for this week. But yeah, next weekend we've still got plenty more, and we also have Clash Squad as well. So if you've been enjoying all of the Clash Squad action as well, definitely tune into those games as well, because competition for Clash Squad has been fierce this week, and we are in the next stage of the competition for Clash Squad. It is a double elimination.
You know everybody's nervous out there for sure, waiting for this action. But, the bigger question was going to be always, who is that team? Who's that final team that finds that sixth spot? I honestly expected Virtus.pro to make a big fight for this because they were the final Thai squad, right? And Thailand is always known to be the monsters. And, Virtus.pro doesn't want to be that one team that's singled out within the region to be the weakest Thai team. But unfortunately, they couldn't find a qualifier at that very final moment, overtaken by a team like PE Esports. I mean, that definitely needs to hurt because PE hasn't been the most consistent team out there.
I think we also need to be a little gentle with VP too, because the only reason why they weren't able to go further was essentially EVOS. EVOS rained down bullets. They rained down hell on VP when VP was just hiding behind the fence line. So, it was a crazy fight, and I think if it wasn't for EVOS, I think Virtus.pro could have beaten out PE as well. Both teams were fighting 4v4, full inventories, full equipment. I think skill-wise, if it's a team versus team situation, I think VP is the more skilled team, because by the time PE came to clean them up, VP only had 2 players. One was on the ground and they had their last player standing, which 1 versus 4, I don't think we've seen a 1 versus 4 final circle yet, AJ. But I would love for the day to come where we one day have somebody reverse sweep a team, because I think we need to have that happen at least once in the Free Fire competitive scene.
Yeah, I mean, you're also talking about players like LBT, Nolan, Nero, especially LBT, right? In a really good day, in a really good fight, he can overwhelm you. And I think that's the factor that kind of played its role this time round. Yes, Virtus.pro is good, but of course, not good all the time. We do have the interview coming up for you guys. We'll be back with you in a bit.
Thank you to the caster. Hello everyone, we are PE Esports Team of the Day. And we are PE Esports right here, and right next to me is our Team of the Day.
PE Esports. So they win the live broadcast segment.
Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là MC
who's
Yun.
gonna do
Bên
the
cạnh này
jumping
chính là PE
You're gonna love
Esports
who they
Team
picked.
of the Day của chúng
I
ta
did a
ngày hôm
sneaky
nay.
peek.
Và bây giờ thì chúng ta trước khi đến với phần phỏng vấn thì bọn mình sẽ làm một cái thử thách. Và không biết là LPT hôm nay đội tuyển mình chọn chính là ai vậy ạ?
Chắc chắn là Esports rồi chị.
Alright, you guys. So today the teams at PE Esports decided to pick due to the daily challenge is EVOS Divine. Alright then. So the challenge today is going to be the losing team will wear a loser band head
in the
and
second
they
spot.
have to do 10 times jumping jack. Và daily challenge của chúng ta ngày hôm nay với hình phạt là đội tuyển nào thua sẽ phải đeo một cái băng kẻ thua cuộc ở trên đầu, và tất nhiên là họ sẽ phải cục xì dầu thêm cả 10 cái nữa. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng qua với kênh của Indo để xem hình phạt của họ nhé. Alright, now head to the Indo podcast, you guys.
Another couple of days, PE can chill, and on top of that, they gotta wear the loser headband, do the hokey pokey. No, not the hokey pokey.
There it is.
Jumping jacks.
All right, thank you, Unsel and PE Sports survivors. We're back to Indonesia's interview session, and unfortunately, we have been chosen to do today's punishment for the daily challenge. And I'm here with EVOS Divine. We have Ray and Kachal to do the punishment here. But before that, of course, we're gonna have a
EVOS do it right, okay?
How does it feel to be chosen to be the one to do the punishment? Gimana rasanya kepilih sebagai tim yang harus melakukan hukuman nih dari PE Sports?
Biasa aja.
Nothing special? You're not mad? You're not disappointed?
Biasa aja.
Oh, okay. They're not even mad. They're not even disappointed. It's just another day, another normal day for EVOS Divine. Is there anything you'd like to say to PE Sports after they chose you to do the punishment? Ada yang mau disampaikan ke PE setelah mereka milih kalian?
Apa yang mau disampaikan buat PE Esports? Kalau dari aku sih, congratulations udah lolos. Ya kasih tahu aja di grand final.
Oke, apa?
Mantap PE Esports. Tunggu aja kita di grand final.
Okay, congratulations on going on to the next stage, PE Sports. But watch out, because EVOS Divine is coming for you. We'll see you at the grand finals. All right, so without further delay, we're going to do the punishments right now. So we're going to have to do 10 jumping jacks. And one of you are going to have to say, I admit the defeat from PE Sports. Jadi mau ngomong dulu, saya menerima kekalahan dari PE Sports atau mau jumping jacks dulu?
Ngomong dulu, mending ngomong dulu. Saya
Ngomong dulu
mengakui
ya.
kekalahan dari PE Sport.
Okay.
Saya mengakui kekalahan dari PE Sport.
Okay, we're done with the sentence. Now moving on to the jumping jacks. 10 jumping jacks. Here we go.
Thank goodness they gave each other enough space. I was scared
Okay.
we were going to hit each
1,
other in the face.
2,
There we go.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Jumping jacks with
8,
smiles?
9,
That'd be pretty salty
10.
for
Okay,
PE
that
Sports.
is
Break
it,
your
you guys.
punishment.
Anything
What
else
is
you'd like to
this?
say?
Oke lu. Mantap Bigetron.
Okay, so that's it for today's daily challenge. We've done the punishments, and he said that it's just a lucky day for PE Sports, so there's really nothing much that we can do. But now we're gonna go back to the shoutcaster. Take it away, casters.
I was
I want
just
a
enjoying
headband
that.
now.
That exact
What?
headband.
Did you not see him? He changed the headband, so he's like a one-eyed pirate. Dang, you're gonna embrace the loser headband. we turn that into merch?
would beg to differ. He's not
I
a
need to email
one-eyed
somebody.
pirate. He's a one-eyed loser with that headband. So, but of course, we all poke the tiger, knowing that they can go absolutely wild in the grand finals. But it's not grand finals just yet for EVOS, because now that they don't qualify, they have to play week 6. Week 6 has got 2 days of play for the bottom 12 teams. And out of 2 days, a total of 12 games, we will look at the top 6 teams and send them into the grand finals to join the first 6 who have already qualified.
And I don't think EVOS are worried about this at all, right? Because this is a team that, we've mentioned this plenty of times before, EVOS are one of the most likely teams within this bracket to have a somewhat consistent performance. And especially over the course of 2 days, right? So for teams that are one-day wonders, this does happen a lot for some of our underdog teams where they have great day ones. When day 2 rolls around, sometimes that consistency kind of disappeared from the previous day. So I don't think EVOS is too concerned. There may be some other teams that are feeling a little bit iffy, however, because we do have some teams that would normally be consistent, but they have definitely fallen off in terms of that consistency. And at the moment, it's unsure as to whether it is a performance issue or maybe the team's just practicing things, because these games, I don't think these are high-risk games, right? Like, no one is being eliminated as of yet in the original, this knockout stage. It's only the last chance qualifier where I think teams start to take things really seriously, because, 6 spots left. If you don't make it in that 6, you're actually out.
God, this was a massive, massive game from the squad this time round. Just look at Lonan, right? 8 eliminations, 8 assists, 7 knockdowns, but 2,000 damage, right? They were clearly preying on some of the other teams, the other knocks as well, as they were going through these matches. So it's a very proficient game. So PE Sports, very predatory in their nature for this massive match.
Very predatory. I mean, with a spot to the grand finals, I think this is the best time to become the predator and not the prey. So I think they kind of appreciate the fact that they also did very well today. Because PE, I think even before this, they haven't necessarily been a team I think that a lot of us were really looking out for. There were, of course, plenty of other teams that really outshone PE. It was just really today, I feel, where PE shone brighter than everybody else.
Yeah.
So, of course, they do deserve their qualification spot. 32 points in the last game of the day. I mean, if that's not proof enough, then I don't know what to show you.
I mean, if that's not proof enough, then we don't know what we can do. But it's just an issue of, are they going to be like this at the grand finals? Now that they've found the qualifier into the grand finals, what can they do with this extra bit of time? PE Sports Vietnam needs to figure that out. But look at this. Vietnam standing tall as PE Sports finds their way into the grand finals, joining teams like Onyx. Yet another underdog has joined some of the very best, right? You've got Twisted Minds, you've got Falcons, you've got AGL, as well as Buriram. All 4 of those teams from Thailand. Now you've got a representative from Vietnam there as well.
Yeah. And this standing today, AJ, is going to give us a pretty good indicator as to how teams are likely to perform next week as well. So if we take PE off the list because they will not be playing next week, according to the stats for today, we're going to have EVOS, VP, Flash, RRQ, Kagendra, and Todak be the top 6 front runners, which leaves Expand, Bigatron, WAG, Heavy, GOW, and our final team that is joining the next week as the teams that will need to play catch up. So I think teams that didn't get into the top 6 quote unquote today, I think they're going to maybe have to reevaluate themselves before coming into the games next week, because it's over the course of 2 days, it's going to be a marathon, but they will need to pay attention to the quote unquote top front runners for the group.
No doubt. Team of the day, PE Esports, 97 points, not the flashiest, but it was enough to squeeze them through, and of course, an extra $250 in their pockets for picking up the title of Team of the Day. And that gives us our top 6 in the grand finals. There's going to be a waiting to see who their opponents are going to be off of next week. Week number 6 is going to be the final chance, the last chance for the top 6 teams to make it into the grand finals as well. If you don't make it, that's about it. But we've got one more interview coming up for you guys as well. And Danny, obviously they get to see us a little bit more after this. Let's see which host we get this time around out there.
Hi everyone, I'm Yusul, and right next to me is PE Sport LBT and PE Sport Jonah, and we are very proud to loudly announce that we are Team of the Day today, and welcome to the interview. Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là MC Yusul và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là PE Sport LBT và PE Sport Jonah, và ngày hôm nay chúng ta đều rất là tự hào vì cuối cùng cũng đã có được một team Việt Nam giành được tấm vé vàng để vào chung kết sớm. Và ngày hôm nay thì chắc là quá là trọn vẹn rồi, nên chúng ta hãy cùng nhau phỏng vấn luôn nhé. Alright, into our first questions. Of course, how do you feel LBT? And I want to ask about our little brother Jonah. How is it feel when this is your first time going outside on board to join the tournament with your team? Thì với câu hỏi đầu tiên là không biết là tất nhiên rồi cảm xúc của bạn hiện tại đang cảm thấy như thế nào, và về phía của em út Jonah thì lần đầu tiên được đi thi đấu quốc tế với đội tuyển của mình là như thế nào vậy ta? LBT trước nha.
Cảm giác của em bây giờ thì rất là vui rồi. Bao nhiêu khó khăn thì ngay bây giờ vượt qua được rồi ạ.
Cảm thấy như là mọi công sức mình bỏ ra được đền đáp rất là xứng đáng đúng không?
Dạ đúng rồi.
Rồi còn với Jonah thì như thế nào?
Em cảm thấy là rất là vui, tại vì mọi người trong team hôm nay đều rất đồng lòng. Đây cũng là lần đầu tiên em đi thi đấu quốc tế, được vào chung kết một trận đấu lớn, nên là em cảm thấy rất là vui. Thì có lẽ đây là một kỷ niệm đáng nhớ.
So for LBT, he is really, really happy because, like, you know, after everything we have been through, finally the result here is very prestigious to us, and we are so proud about this. And for Jonah, since this is his first time moving out abroad to join the tournament with his team, so he is very happy as well, and it could be said that this is a very precious memory to him. Alright, into our second questions. So I would like to ask that who is the main character in the last game? Like you guys, because I think the person that is bringing the most successful to the team for the last game. Thì Yusu muốn hỏi là ai là người đóng vai trò quyết định ở trong game đấu cuối, góp phần mang đến thành công này, tại vì Yusu thấy là đội hình chúng ta là sử dụng đội hình full tăng ấy.
Dạ, team em thì có anh Nero là quyết định chính á, còn em là người góp ý, con phụ thôi.
Con phụ.
Còn tất cả đều là do anh Ro quyết định.
Do anh Ro quyết định hết luôn, và nếu vậy thì anh Ro góp một phần công rất là lớn. Để còn về phía của Jonah thì không biết là LBT cảm thấy như thế nào, bởi vì đưa vào và đã có được thiếu vào đây luôn.
Dạ, đối về Jonah thì đưa vào rất là hợp đội hình, bắn với kiểu chiến thuật này thì rất là ok.
Cũng có thể gọi là bản hợp đồng đắt giá ha.
Dạ đúng rồi.
Alright, so for the team, who is the main color? Of course, is the captain Nero, and the sub color is going to be LBT. So everything that needs decision in the team will belong to Nero, and LBT is helping him a lot as well. But for Jonah, since he is completely new in the team, for LBT, he thinks that Jonah is kind of suitable for the team, so he's really good. It could be said that he is a very precious hostage in the team. And the third questions. So, do you have anything you want to say to your viewers and your fan after everything we have been through? Không biết là LBT có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả cũng như là fan hâm mộ của mình sau một cái con đường dài như thế này đầy khó khăn nhưng mà đã nở hoa rất là sáng cho mình không ạ?
Các bạn fan của B bây giờ các bạn có thể gãy rồi.
Thế thôi đó hả?
Dạ đúng rồi.
Alright. So for the PE Sport fan, you guys can loudly shout out that our team is the best. Well, alright, but for the last questions, you guys. So in the previous challenge, we can hear that Evo saying that good luck to PE Sport at the grand finals, but don't, how do I say? But just wait, we will come for you after that. So do you want to reply to them anything like that? Thì thêm một câu hỏi nữa nha. Thì trong cái thử thách hồi nãy á, Esports có nói với đội của mình là chúc mừng PE Esports đã đến được với chung kết ở Bangkok, Thái Lan. Nhưng mà đừng có vội vui mừng quá, tụi mình còn tới tụi mình tìm bạn tiếp rồi đó. Vậy thì mình có lời nào mình muốn gửi đáp lại cho Esports không?
Các bạn vẽ logo của tụi mình thì các bạn nhớ tìm nhiều chiến thuật để chơi tụi mình nhé. Tụi mình khắc chế được đó.
Oh, if you guys break our logo from the last time, well, just do it by yourself and of course try to build yourself a lot of tactics as well because we are going to find you guys as well. Woo, the heat is really intense right here, right you guys? Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần vòng của Du Xuân cùng với Team of the Day của chúng ta ngày hôm nay, đó chính là PE Esports. Cảm ơn LBT, cảm ơn John rất là nhiều. Và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng mọi người. Quá xứng đáng. Tối nay ngủ quá ngon rồi mọi người ơi. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi. Bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy quay trở lại với bạn caster thôi nhé. Thank you so much for watching our interview and now let's head back to our casters.
It's great to hear from PE and congratulations to them yet again for making it through to the grand final so they can celebrate for an extra week, but I'm pretty sure they're probably going to tune into the games next week as well because homework needs to be done, especially if you are in the grand final. And whoever crushed their logo, they're coming for you. 100% when the grand finals happen, they're putting a bounty on your head as the game starts. So good luck, okay? Good luck. You have my condolences. But in the meantime, for our 12 teams participating in our final last chance qualifier that's happening next week, we have RRQ, Heavy, Kagendra, WAG, Flash, EVOS Divine, MEC, Expand, GOW, Todak, Bigatron, and Virtus Pro. These are our teams that will be participating, and only the top 6 will make it to the grand final. So everything is now on the line over the course of 2 days. And if you don't bring your best game to game day, then kiss your chances of that grand final goodbye.
Absolutely goodbye. You can wave through your chances if you don't bring your best. But of course, in week 6, that's your last chance. If you don't bring your best, I guess you get a few extra opportunities. Very specifically, you get a second day of play, unlike the grand final. So, a little bit of a comeback could be expected in there, looking at how close the competition has been in here day after day, Danny.
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to be it for us, AJ. It's been an amazing experience casting with you yet again.
Likewise.
Catching some very exciting games. But that's going to be it for us survivors. We'll see you next week for some more Free Fire, whether it be Battle Royale or Clash Squad. But until then, have a great week and we'll see you next time.